Okay, guys, here we go. Happy Hump Day. It's Hump Day today, isn't it?
Is it?
Wednesday. Yeah, it's Wednesday.
It's Tuesday.
No, it's Wednesday.
Good fight. Good fight.
What?
Don't even go there with me, okay? Because I was like, I got one more day to go. Yeah, you almost threw me off there, Charmaine, but it didn't quite work. Yeah.
I need a nap.
Anyways, yeah. So welcome you guys to the live. I know it's been a couple of days, but you guys know I was working nights, and today I worked till like 4 o'clock. And I'm not gonna lie, I was exhausted up until this live. Now I'm like all pumped and everything. Oh, there's Kent.
Ready to go.
Yeah, he's all ready to go in and out, is what he is.
No, I just pressed the wrong button.
You hit the back button, did you?
Yeah.
Okay. So again, thank you guys for coming to the live today. I did want to have something planned today, but guess what? I didn't have time. But what I want to do, just so you guys know, is I'm going to take all of those things that Daniel said, because we don't really have much from Malaya. Let's just be honest, right? We have some text messages between her and Belinda. And other than that, we just have that interview. So with that one right there, there's a difference between someone that's constantly in the chats and speaking through messages, through, in lives and different stuff. Somebody that's talking a lot, but what happens is, of course, the inconsistencies show up, and there's a ton of them. And so I really want to show you more like the compilation of them. I just didn't have time, you guys. I had to work, and I was trying, on my break and stuff like that to put stuff together. But I don't want to rush it, because I want to put it in chronological order, in a sense of just the amount of lies going on. Now, of course, we're going to get into that in a second. But I just think it's really pathetic that during a case of missing children, that all these inconsistencies happen. Don't get me wrong, okay? We follow cases for like 5 years on this channel, and we see this kind of stuff all the time, right? So it's kind of like, again, you can lead a horse to water, right, Daniel? But you can't make him drink and get up here. But he's sure enough willing to talk. So if he does happen to join in the chat today at some point and want to talk, personally, I don't really care anymore. If you guys see him and want to talk to him, and ask him some more questions, so be it. But other than that, he's been offered like an abundance amount of times, him and both Janie, but more so Daniel, to clear up any of the if he deems it as things that he wanted to clear up, he has the opportunity. He chooses never to take that opportunity. So again, other than that, Charmaine's here tonight. And of course, Kent's here tonight with us. We're going to go over some theories and stuff like that. And of course, just pointing out things that are the facts, right? On certain things. Yeah.
Can I ask you one question?
No, not today. Not on any day that ends in Y. What's it? What's the question?
What's in your mind? What is worse? Lying or silence?
Good question. Good question. Lying.
I think it's silence.
I don't.
Because everybody from day one, and I got a little bit to say tonight because I haven't said nothing all weekend. I was dying to. But anyways, everybody has stated in chat and in the chat rooms and on Facebook, and don't matter where you talk about the case, that as a mother, if I was these kids' mother, there's no way I would have, they made statements, there's no way I would have left the property. If I had to leave the property, I would have been back there every day searching. If that, well, to hell with all that, because the only reason why a normal mother wouldn't be doing that is the two scenarios that we have. Either one, she knows that the kids are no longer with us, or two, she was the one that pawned them off and got them hidden somewhere. And until she breaks, I'm sorry. I am getting fed up with the RCMP too.
Yeah.
Until they
Right.
start giving the public more information or Malaya breaks, we're just going to be listening and examining more lies from Daniel.
You know, the thing is that you got to realize, but ourselves can't. All you have to do is go look at Delphi to get your answer for that. Okay. Because again, we followed cases for 5 years, right? So this is not abnormal to see this happen. Do we think it is? Yes. Do we look at it with a slight eye? Yes. But all you need to do is go to the Delphi case and with Libby's dad, and he never spoke up an ounce. And that was his daughter. That was, we'll just use the word unalived right now. Even okay, fine, murdered. Okay. Now he never spoken out. He was accused and he was accused. And guess what, Ken? He didn't do a lick of anything to his daughter. And he went through the whole process, never speaking up. So to me, I like I said, I like good debates and whatever. So, we'll listen to all of ourselves and everything today with the lies versus silence. Absolutely. In the chat, what do you think is, what is more telling? Is it silence or is it lies? So, I mean, obviously both, right, Arthur? But
Because
anyways,
I'm
yeah,
not saying that Malaya did anything. I'm
right.
just saying that either her or the RCMP giving the public more information is the only one that's going to solve the case. Because we can't believe what Daniel says because his story and information has changed too many times.
Oh,
He could come out tomorrow and say, listen, let's go. I'll take you to kids. I know where the kids are. Let's go. And I'd still question if he was telling the truth.
oh, I know. So, well, let's ask Charmaine. Charmaine, silence or lies?
Lies, absolutely. Silence. I mean, look at what her silence has done. She's not. I don't. Obviously, she's not the brightest crayon in the box.
Right.
She's not a diabolical mastermind that's got these kids hidden. But her silence has left so much ambiguity to everything that Daniel says.
Right.
That we have no choice but to dissect every word that he says. And unfortunately for him, apparently the truth does change.
It certainly does.
I mean, and we're not prepared to clarify any of that, but we can hop on and clarify information that other people are sharing, but we won't answer a single question posed to it. Like, definitely lies. Keep lying to me because there's a little bit of truth hidden in everything that they say.
Absolutely. Yeah, for sure.
I'm finding it hard to believe anything.
Well, no.
I'm glad to hear that out of you, Kent. I'm really glad to hear that out of you, that you've got a little bit of skepticism in you.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the whole point is we don't know what happened to Jack and Lily. We have our assumptions and our theories, but we don't know. So we can't accuse anyone of literally doing something to Jack and Lily. We know it's a criminal investigation. They're not in the woods. And so it just becomes a matter of time. And obviously, hopefully, that anybody to do with anything with this case, if they did have something to do with it, they look at these two babies, these beautiful babies in front of their faces, and they feel shitty. They feel guilty. They have some sort of conscience because it is, it's between God's, your lips and God's ears at the end of the day, right? So if you know that you had something to do with it and you want to keep on lying or mistelling truths, but what I find the biggest joke of all of this is that we're talking about two missing children and these people keep wanting to hide. Hi, Janie, how are you doing? And Janie, please do that interview tomorrow. If you're doing that interview tomorrow, even though I know it's not going to air tomorrow, Janie, because if you lie, then you're stuck to those words. So please, the more the family speaks, the more that we understand the puzzle pieces to this case. And so come on, keep talking. And like I said, if Daniel had the option to be up here so many times, he doesn't take it. Ask yourself why he won't even give any explanations. He wants to hide behind Facebook groups. So let's you guys, let's just start with this one because I only found out this one a couple of minutes ago. But before we do anything, hi Anon. Yeah.
$10. You're awesome. Thank you. Jack and Lily are missing and 2 adults are not behind bars.
Absolutely. Thanks, Anon, for that. Appreciate that. You know what? I'm one of those people that is just cut to the shit now. Okay. So I'm just cutting to the shit of it. I'm sick and tired of listening to these lies and whatever. And I'm sick and tired of asking Daniel if he wants to speak out, and if he wants to come up on here, his own channel, Hidden in the Fog's channel, anything, just to talk and explain all these all these lies. Let's get that straight. Maybe some inconsistencies and lies. But you know what? He doesn't have a backbone to do so, because instead he just spends his time trying to, sit there and put out information behind a wall. Sorry, these are 2 missing children that disappeared under his and Malaya's watch. Okay, so I'm not going to make any excuses for him at all for his bullcrap. Right? I mean, I've been sitting here trying to listen and listen and listen. Now it's to the point that I'm pretty sure that, again, all they need to do is keep talking. So, Janie, enjoy your interview, because you promised you're going to do that, right? So enjoy that. Darren has an interview that's going to be coming out, so again, all the talking is just more. Knowledge is power. Power is knowledge. Simple as that. The more that we can look at this case and see inconsistencies, and it's because of the family members speaking, the more we can have a better grasp of what exactly might have happened possibly to Jack and Lily. But the bottom line is this. It's the biggest joke and most pathetic thing ever, that people are going to fuck with children that are missing and tell lies. Okay, it's a joke, right? In these cases, this stuff happens all the time. We're so used to it that it's so sad that we have to deal with these type of cases all the time, where parents are lying, because it's usually the closest to home in most of these cases when children go missing. Usually with the teens, you guys, the teens find their way back home, they've run away. But when we're talking about children that haven't, been found in that 24, 48 hour mark, just like Sebastian Rogers and stuff like that. Now, he was a teen with autism, but I shouldn't say he was, because he is. We don't know what happened to him. But what I just cannot believe, that people are playing games from the family, right? Or hiding behind stuff because they don't want to put themselves out there, right? And yet 2 beautiful children are missing. Remember that when your child goes missing, right? And I'm talking
you might be used to it, but I'm not. This is my first case, and maybe that's why I'm a little naive. Lindsay, You're asking if I'm a veteran of true crime or in the war sense. No, I'm only 50 years old. I don't really. I never left home. I guess you could call me a homeboy, because I was never ever wanted to leave home.
On there. Yeah. Nice to see you guys, by the way, all of you. Hi, Lori. Hi, Joel. Joe. I said Joel. Hi, Alberta Robinson. So anyways, Kent, so you're absolutely correct on that. And that's what I'm well aware of. This is your first time, in a sense, at the rodeo. It's not our first time at the rodeo. So when we see certain things, absolutely, when a mother hides or a father doesn't say much, obviously they're set for being ridiculed, and it looks strange because you expect something. But when you follow cases for a long time, like I said, Delphi in particular, then you realize that sometimes always judging doesn't necessarily mean what it's, to be perceiving, in a sense, of what's going on. And that's the part here, is because the Brooks side, for the most part, has been mostly radio silent with everything, especially Malaya, and she's not using her Facebook, or the family's like giving this odd vibe about what's going on. But that could simply be because they already know that the children are no longer here. But anyways, I want to say this first and foremost. Please hit the like and share for Jack and Lily. That's why we're here, guys. That's what the whole purpose of this all is. It's not caring really. Like, yes, we want to know answers, but at the end of the day, the court system, the RCMP, will deal with any of the criminal charges, etc., etc. We're here to keep putting pressure on answers for Jack and Lily. And again, and if the family speaks, then perfect. Thank you. Again, I don't care who it is, but keep speaking. If Daniel talks in this chat tonight, come on, Daniel, pop up. I don't even care. I'm tired of offering a frickin' what do you want to call it? A twig, and he never takes it. He never takes it ever. So I know, to me, when somebody's doing that, I'm not playing that game. I'm not playing your lying game. So say whatever you want, preach whatever you want, but let's take a look. Oh, hold on. Somebody just did us $20 super chat sticker I didn't see. Shannon, thank you so much, guys. But for, again, whatever you guys can do, donations are never expected, but they're appreciated. Your liking, your share, for Jack and Lily are so appreciated. That's really too where it counts, you guys. Thank you guys so much for being here, fighting for Jack and Lily's army, being a voice, being a strength, and just pushing forward. No matter what my opinion is, Charmaine's or Kent's, you guys have your own thoughts, and you guys can do with them what you will. But the bottom line is, and amongst all of this is why I don't like arguing, is that we all have a passion for this case, right? We don't have to agree with each other, but we have a passion for Jack and Lily's case. So I appreciate that. So Belinda, if you are watching right now, which you probably are, right, Belinda, love you so much. Now I'm going to be putting up a post, you guys, that Charmaine had just shared. And let's take a look. Charmaine, do you want to read that actually again, if you don't mind?
You want me to read it?
Yeah. Go ahead, Charmaine.
Okay. Before I do, because I was thinking about this, Vanessa, the other day, and you're right. Like, I call you out all the time, but it's only because you are the most fierce, loyal Daniel supporter in the channel. So anytime, like, something, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to, like.
No, we love Vanessa and her van.
Okay, so Janie, and I mean, I watch this chat room, and I've made a couple of friends, and I enjoy some of these people. Some of them go off a little bit, but I mean, I watch, and I read, and I respond, whatever. But then Janie popped in, and this was, as far as I know, out of the blue, and she said, "Here's something for you guys to discuss. Tell me this: if Belinda hasn't seen Jack and Lily in 2 or 2.5 years, why all of a sudden is she in them now? I haven't seen my grandbabies since this happened. There's a person called a lawyer and a place called a court, and that's where I'm heading to see my grandbabies. I'll fight tooth and nail to see them, and no one's going to stop me." Okay?
So is Janie a better person somehow than Belinda? Like, what a put down. What a disgusting put down, Janie. Come on now. Come on, Janie.
Why are we comparing ourselves to Belinda's? And I mean, I think, was she trying to get at, like, you haven't seen your grandkids in 2 and 2.5 years, and now you're all of a sudden interested that they're missing? Why didn't you go to court or a lawyer? Because she wasn't on bad terms with them. And I mean, if we really want to get into what Malaya told Belinda, it's because of your son that she couldn't see her grandkids.
Right. Priceless.
So,
priceless,
I mean,
Janie.
be careful what you ask, because you might not like the answer. I couldn't believe it.
You know what, Kent, go ahead. What's your thoughts on this post by Janie?
As soon as Charmaine put it in the post and she said a voice message, and she said, "I can't wait till Sonny sees it. I can't wait." I said, "You're just trying to rile her up before we get started tonight."
I was already
like, what? Yeah, but you weren't watching the chat. We both were, and we seen her jump in, and other people came and said the same thing. Why bring Belinda into it, in the fact that saying that she wasn't involved in her child or grandchild's life, when it's your son that was the most likely cause of that situation?
That's the joke.
And like, why throw a dig at somebody else when you better clean up your own act?
And can we ask, why aren't you able to see your own grandbabies because of this? Like, what does that have to do with you is what I'm wondering. Like I said, be careful with the questions you ask, because you might not like the questions and answers you receive in return.
Yeah,
because if she's got nothing to do with this, well, if she's got nothing to do with this, then I'm sure that CPS would allow and those other kids are probably with their mother. So why can't you see your grandbabies? Like,
why?
You
because
tell
she
us.
moved away to get away from Daniel, so to make it harder on Daniel to see his other two babies.
No, Sonny, from what I understand, is her man got a new job in Halifax, and that's why they
so was
moved
that a
to the
rumor?
city. But
Okay.
as far as Charmaine's question goes, as far as Janie C. and Meadow, if that's who you were referring to, Charmaine.
No, it's not who I'm referring to.
You're
I haven't seen
referring
my
to Christy's kids. Okay.
grandbabies.
Yeah.
My grandbabies. If it was about Meadow, all right, fair enough. Nobody knows where Meadow is and what's happening with her.
I think everybody would be on hold that's involved in this situation with Meadow, and only receive the supervised visits, same as Daniel is supposed to have. I believe any member of the family will be in that same boat until the case is over.
Okay. Can I need to say something. Now I'm just riled up now. Can I
told
say something?
you.
I knew it.
Yeah, because I'm never going to give you up. Did I see the pictures that Donna shared? Are you talking about Donna Serafina, Helen? If so, then no, I haven't. Honestly, I was working till 8. I'm running on fumes at this moment, but I'm good to go, and I'm riled up because I've had a pretty shitty day, and I'm ready. So I'm ready to or something like this when I see this, a post like this. So you guys go. You guys, you know what? Whatever you guys want to say about this, because I think this is so disgusting. So, Belinda, who has been Janie, please listen to me. How dare you, okay? How dare you ever even use Belinda's words or these accusations out of your lips, considering she is the only one that has been fighting for truth and justice, for answers, because of who? Your son and Malaya, right? They were underneath their care. You were on the property too. The one woman that's fighting for answers while your ass can't even be bothered. You want to speak, and you want to speak, and just, you know what? This is going to backlash on you so badly, because you're taking a grieving grandmother of these paternal kids, not you. You are not their grandmother. Belinda is the grandmother of these kids. And ask, remember those messages that Malaya sent to Belinda that Daniel didn't want her to come visit? He didn't want to give out the thing. He's controlling, right? Again, who gave birth to that child and slid him down there? You did. You gave birth to him, okay? So this perfect little son of yours, you know, the one that, I don't know, does do drugs, that one right there. I just can't believe that she had the audacity to think that this isn't going to backfire on her horrendously for ever considering throwing Belinda's name in this. What a disgusting woman you are to even bring up Belinda's name compared to you. I can't, honestly, I'm so disgusted. Belinda knows. Belinda knows. But you guys, you have the one and only person speaking out for Jack and Lily that's been truth bombing everything that she's gotten. She has sent us and given us the information. Where's Daniel? Hey, Daniel, how about you pick your ass and get her on up here? Hey, Janie, why don't you pick on your ass? Get your ass up here and come on and talk.
I don't want to hear any more from Daniel. I want to hear from Janie.
I don't even want to hear from Janie, to be honest. They're just liars, is what they are. They're liars. But you know
Well,
what?
then at least we got something new to talk about. We know that
This
about
is true.
Daniel.
This is true. Yeah, Alana. All I can say is this is going to backfire on Janie so bad when anyone watches, which we'll see some of it in a minute, and the grief that Belinda is going for, and she's the only one that's been a voice, the only one that's been a voice. Get that through your thick little skull there, Janie, because the truth will come out. And if you're lying or telling the truth, that will come out too. And if you are lying, obviously enjoy some jail time, right? If you're considered and found to be lying about this all. So anyways, I'm just so disgusted. Honestly, how do you use Belinda? How do you even poke anything at Belinda? Because why? You're deflecting, right? Because that shows what kind of person you are. Because Belinda's not throwing any slag Malaya's way. She hasn't thrown any slag your way. You're disgusting, Janie. You're disgusting. So sorry, but just calling it. I'm tired of the crap. So let's cut to the shit. Let's get real. Go ahead. My bad. I'll take a pill. I'll take a chill pill right now. So bad. Hi, Travis. Go on. Who wants to speak up next? Go on. Somebody.
I don't.
Oh, you know
I
what?
don't really.
Yes, you
I was looking
do.
forward to what you had to say about it because I was surprised and shocked and offended, and I'm a little surprised at the chat's reaction because they're also very offended. It's offensive, but there are some people who think that Janie has the right to speak her truth, and she absolutely does. But what does this have to do with the price of rice in China?
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing. Came out of left field. I'm putting this screenshot that I took right beside the screenshot of Daniel's fucking sweaters. Okay. That's where this lands for me. What the fuck?
How about let's just go to my next image. How about we go to them apples? Hi, Janie. I just want to congratulate your son for being one of the biggest liars during the case of Jack and Lily. Thank you so much for giving birth to him. You must be your pride and joy. Okay, so let's see this one right here. Okay. That's a member, I think. Hi, Chris. Thanks, Chris. Chris, just know I desert you for cheesecake, kind of a few other things. But thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate that. You got the Rickroll, Charmaine? You happy? Got the Rickroll. This army loves you. Right. We are the army for Jack and Lily. And we stand behind Belinda 1,000 billion trillion % when it comes to Jack and Lily. She has done everything to fight for these two children and for answers, right? Malaya kept promising that she was going to bring Jack and Lily to see her. But like she said, when she met Daniel, everything changed. Gee, who else said that? Was that Cheryl that said the same thing? That basically Malaya distanced herself from everyone? Why? Because of jealous Daniel, the control freak, probably, hypothetically, allegedly. I mean, again, it's only your guess as good as mine what his personality traits are. But let's go to this one, okay, Daniel? So Daniel, if you're listening. Now, this is, by the way, you guys, when Daniel said about the blanket not being Lily's, just so you know, only because I haven't had time, but just so you know, it is on the scanner as well, okay, that Malaya said yes, Daniel said no. Now, and remember, Darren already spoke about this, so we're going to get back to that in a minute again, because I almost love playing that one clip, to be honest, because it's so ridiculous. But anyways, so Martell confirmed, so this was 3 weeks ago, but let's go back to when it was first said. So let me put it up here for you guys. All right, nice and big. So plainclothes major crime officers spoke to him in the early afternoon to better understand the timeline. I'm sure that was hard to get out of him. Of the missing children, he told the Globe. About an hour later, another officer arrived to show him photos of items, including a pink blanket found in the woods. None belonged to the children, he said, right? But over here, 3 weeks ago, he says, Martell confirmed it was a piece of Lily's blanket. Now, hold on. Right? So let's go back to that 1 second. I want to go back to that right here. All right. Now, and okay, we got that. We got us back. Okay. So I enjoy playing this clip because it's so ridiculous. Now, again, if Darren believes Martell's and that's the way he's going, all the power to him if that's what he feels. Okay. So, but this isn't about that. This is about the things like he's speaking for Daniel, and we already know in the one post right there, Daniel said nothing to do with it. And then this is where Darren, Daniel's telling him stuff and justifying. This is the most ridiculous stuff to listen to, right? In essence, just think about it. 2 children are missing. And you can't even come up with a timeline from 8 o'clock till the 10 o'clock time. You say it's 20 minutes. Oh, I wasn't even asleep, but hey, in 20 minutes, I managed to, run into the woods. Oh, wait, Malaya's back on her phone. Oh, what do you mean back on her phone? Because she asked you if she should call. And you were like, heck yeah. Well, you were like, F yeah, right? They're your children, like, of course, duh, right? So just, you guys, that's the kind of the video that I want to put out, but I didn't have time for it. It's just going here to here to here and going, how ridiculous that this all sounds. Okay, because it's ridiculous, honestly. Oh my God, if they find this with their children, Malaya, they're planting stuff against me. But you know what? Also, just so you know, the blanket, I lied about that too. Sorry about that. Just, I did that for Malaya's sake. Oh, by the way, I couldn't come up with a timeline and I had to say 20 minutes. And I had to say that Malaya, like I said, is the shittiest person in the world and I'm the greatest and all that stuff like that. It's just ridiculous when you think about it in essence of truly this case. No, your 2 children are missing and somebody's going to constantly make excuses for why they lied, But anyway, so let me play this part.
I don't know if there's any other questions I can answer for you or not. There's another little tidbit I can tell you.
What?
Man, you should listen to what Daniel says about the blanket thing that got turned up on the side of the road.
Tell me about that. Tell me about that, please. Because, yeah.
That blanket, out there, they only get garbage. They only get garbage removal like something about once a week and sometimes not for 2 weeks. So the story is unconfirmed by me, but told to me by somebody who's been telling me the truth over and over and over. So the blanket thing was one of the kids' blankets, but it was pretty bad shape, so they decided to throw it in the garbage. So they got a garbage bin inside the house there, so there was some stuff in the garbage bag, and that blanket was one of the things that was stuffed in the garbage bag. So anyway, Daniel noticed after the kids were gone missing that somebody had gotten into the garbage bag and ripped the garbage bag and went to pull that blanket out of it, but the blanket was rotten, and that's why there's only a piece of it.
Hold on. Daniel noticed that while the kids were missing, somebody, pray tell, got into the garbage bin, right? Cue Justin with the phone. Let me just record this. Pink blanket. Because I don't want to be known that I planted a blanket somewhere out there, right? So that right there. I mean, I know Darren's telling the story for Daniel in a sense, right? But hey, at the end of the day, still, okay, I don't have to, I'll keep saying this, but whatever. Nobody's been charged in connection with Jack and Lily's disappearance. This is for entertainment purposes only. Use your own judgment because these are just theories and speculations. Okay, let's go back to that. Okay, so how ridiculous does that sound, guys? That during the search, Daniel noticed on this big lot that somebody went into the garbage.
No, that's not the way that it was stated.
That's what he said.
It was after the piece of the blanket was found.
Mm-hmm.
Then Daniel said, well, that blanket was in the garbage. And that's when they went and recorded about the rest of it.
That's not really how he said it, though.
Yeah, well, I beg to differ, but
Well, I mean, that's not really how he's. Well, let's listen again. We'll listen to that part again. Got to be fair.
I was
At the
going
end
to say,
of
just
the
listen
day.
to it again.
What'd you say, Charmaine?
No, that's just what I was going to say. Let's listen to it again.
Okay. Let's.
But you're not listening to it all. You're cutting it.
What am I cutting? I'm not cutting anything. Wait,
Yeah,
where
but when were we talking to Darren? Week 3 or 4, right?
where are you? Why are you hiding? Oh, my bad. I think I'm hiding you. There you are. Now I see you.
Right? We were talking to Darren week 3 or 4. Daniel told us it wasn't the kids on day 2 or 3 or 4. Then he admitted that, okay, yeah, it was the kid's blanket on after the week 4 when we were talking to Darren. That's all I'm saying.
But Darren clearly says he lied about the blanket.
Yeah, he did, because he told us on day 2 or 3 that it wasn't the kids. And Malaya said it was. So one of them's lying.
I think you lost me a little on this one. So
The blanket being in the tree. It was Malaya and other family members that
but she didn't.
brung it to the searchers. And if you listen to Plunder's audio, they have it that the searchers says that the mother says it is the daughter's blanket. That was on the dispatch audio. Daniel replied when he was replying to a question in an interview on day 3 or 4, said that no, it's not the kid's blanket. Darren told us on week 4 or whenever it was we started talking to him that Daniel lied about that and that the rest of the blanket was in the garbage. And then Daniel came out and said yes. And Logan came out and said yes, it was in the garbage. And that's when they went and they recorded the video, because the rest of the blanket was supposed to have been in the garbage can. And Darren also said that we get garbage once a week. No, we have a guaranteed pickup day, unless of a storm or a holiday, in Pictou County, where garbage is collected once every 2 weeks. You're allowed 2 bags of recycling, 2 bags clear, and 1 black personal garbage bag. Any more than that, the garbage truck doesn't have to pick it up. The kids couldn't have went in the garbage, because when our garbage gets transported to the landfill, our landfill is closed. It's a transfer station. They sort all the garbage by machine and hand, and then the garbage itself gets loaded onto another truck and trucked out to Guysborough. So I just want to state that if anybody wants to go back and say comments again about kids being shipped off in the garbage like they have been in other cases, no, they would have been found when they hit the landfill.
So I don't. What I'm trying to understand here, maybe I'm wrong, but what I'm trying to understand here. So you're saying Daniel still didn't lie?
No, I'm saying he lied, but he lied to us before we were told from Darren that he lied to us.
Oh, yeah, right. Yes, that's correct. Yes. But the point is that he lied.
Yeah, well, I would say 95% of the information that we were told in the first 2 days from Daniel, we could go back through the rest of his interviews and pick it out, and probably with his own words, as Charmaine says, with his own words, contradict himself and prove that he told us something else at a different point in time.
Absolutely. Right, exactly. And that's just it. And and again, hindsight, because of Daniel talking, regardless, going on and on. So correct. We knew that he was lying about that because he came out and said it, like at first he said no, then he said yes, type of thing. So we did know that. So meaning it's no shock to us when Darren's talking about it and bringing that up. It's the bottom line is who lies when two children are missing? It's because you're hiding the truth. You're covering up, and the more he speaks, the more we can use everything that he says and go, you're lying. You're literally lying. Because we know from, anyways, let's play it. Let's just go back and play this part, you guys. We'll do that, okay? Tell me about that, please. Because, yeah.
That blanket out there, they only get garbage. They only get garbage removal like something about once a week, and sometimes not for 2 weeks. So the story is unconfirmed by me, but told to me by somebody who's been telling me the truth over and over and over. So the blanket thing was one of the kids' blankets, but it was pretty bad shape, so they decided to throw it in the garbage. So they got a garbage bin inside the house there, so there was some stuff in the garbage bag, and that blanket was one of the things that was stuffed in the garbage bag. So anyway, Daniel noticed after the kids were gone missing that somebody had gotten into the garbage bag and ripped the garbage bag and went to pull that blanket out of it, but the blanket was rotten, and that's why there's only a piece of blanket. That blanket ended up the road hanging from a tree, and it wasn't there for the first day. Actually, it wasn't there for the first, it never showed up, I don't believe, until the second day on the side of the road, because don't forget, Daniel's got family that lives up the dirt road, and they travel back and forth, and they said they never saw that. They would have seen the blanket, part of the blanket sticking in the trees like a sore thumb out there.
Right.
And then the blueprint. I want to say this. Do you know who found the blanket? The blanket piece in the tree?
We just heard that it was family that took him there.
That's right. Malaya's friends and family.
Malaya's.
Do you know who found the blueprint up on the pipeline?
Malaya's friends and family?
Malaya's friends and family. They all the evidence except for one little thing. That the only thing the searchers found, and I'm pretty sure now some searcher might come on here and say, no, I'm full of shit that they did find something else, but I don't think so. And there was some stuff went missing out of the trailer Daniel checked on too, and he reported this to the Mounties because what he was scared of, that somebody took this stuff, because he was sure somebody planted this evidence.
Right.
And there was some other stuff missing of his, and he was sure that that somebody was going to try to blame him to make it look like an abduction and that he did it down the line. So he reported this to the Mounties right off the start to protect, and it was a smart move on his behalf.
Yeah.
He had 2 sweaters.
Okay. My goodness. So here we go again. So every day when children go missing, I'm going to make sure that I'm going to let the RCMP know that, just in case they try to set me up, this whole theory has gone on. They're going to set me up. I'm just going to let you know now that, well, that's exactly what they're trying to do. They're trying to set me up, right? And then we're going to go, hold on, to the 2 sweaters.
The water bottle and something else were taken out of his.
What was it about those sweaters? Because obviously when people listen to it, that it was something like, well, if there's 2 sweat like that. I mean, obviously he was typing in Dolly yesterday and stuff like that, but he's mentioned something about these 2 sweaters, and it's like, well, if they're found with the kids, it almost came across like I didn't have anything to do with it. She took them with her. So what is it about those 2 sweaters?
Well, that's what he was worried about, that these people, like, they took the blanket, they took the part of the blanket out and set that up to make it look like an abduction down the road. They took the blueprint, they set the blueprint up on the pipeline to make it look like the kids were in the woods. So they were sort of splitting things up. And there was another couple little things that they found. Now the searchers were all through there and they never found this stuff. But all of a sudden, Malaya's half-sister found most of it. Matter of fact, I believe it was Malaya's sister found everything. I think she found the half sister. I think she found the blanket hanging in the tree. She found the blueprint up on the pipeline, and I mean one blueprint up by itself up on a pipeline. And I don't even think it was the right size for the kids. What Daniel tells me. So. And initially, Daniel denied that was the blanket because he was panicking too. He thought, "Holy jeez, that makes it look like I abducted the kids." So I'm going to say that it wasn't the blanket. But now, see, he's
because
he's let.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
And now he's worried about, he was worried about when he found the 2 sweaters and a water bottle, and I think there was something else, 1 or 2 things. There was 3 or 4 items missing out of his house, right at that time. And he was sure the same people that were sort of planting this evidence were going to set that stuff up for later on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, right.
Okay.
Right.
And he reported that the first day.
Okay.
So the Mounties had a record of that, and what he was hoping too, and I'm sure the Mounties were hoping, was that when this stuff turned up, they already knew that it was missing, so that would have probably given them a lead on who put it there. So it was a smart move on Daniel's behalf, and it made him look guilty. It made him look stupid, like you just said. A lot of people didn't understand. He wasn't explaining it very clearly as to why what he was talking about.
Oh my God. You know what? I can't even stand. No, I enjoy listening to that for the sake of, because it's the most dumbest thing ever. That when you're listening to it, it's almost like a kid playing in a sandbox, you know, sitting there going, and if that's planted or if that's there, then they planted it again, and they're setting me up, and they're forcing me to lie, and they're forcing me to go.
Alana says that it's now 2 t-shirts, not sweaters.
1 sec. Go on. Go ahead, Kent. The music was playing.
I said Alana made the comment that it's now 2 t-shirts, not sweaters.
That's right. And we have the post for that. Because he did. He went into Dolly, and the thing is, you guys, don't worry. In my video where I'm showing all the lies and stuff like that, you know, again, I'm just going to put them exactly together, all that stuff, because he did. He went into Dolly, right? Charmaine, let's talk about that. He went into Dolly randomly, and then he just brought up the sweaters out of nowhere. No, just.
Yeah. Oh, here you go, chat. Daniel's here. Oh my God. Nobody was like, sweaters. What do you mean sweaters? And I'm like, screenshot. What? Sonny, look. What does that mean?
It was like so random.
100% random. Bizarre.
100% random. What do you think on that, Kent? Just going in there, you know, trying to, you know, put in the little things, and then just all of a sudden say, hey, if they find 2 sweaters, then just so you know, they were planted.
It's a sweater thing, and everybody's saying, well, it's t-shirts now. I think the sweaters are the sweaters and t-shirts are different. It's different missing clothes, isn't it?
I don't even know. Go ahead, Kent.
If I was the criminal and I needed to transport 2 kids at once, then you could see the use for 2 sweaters if you were using a 4-wheeler to transport. Whether that's coming out with it in front to try to make it look like someone else is planting them, or just saving your own ass, that's one thing.
I know what you're getting at, Kent, and it's like, why come out with that comment like so long later? Maybe it was like the sweaters. Oh, I need to tie up that loose end type thing. I get to what you're saying.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's as far as I'm concerned, it's not needed.
Nope.
It draws the attention back to something that he wants to talk about.
Yes.
But it's not needed in what we need to be able to find the kids.
Look at it. We got a reverend here saying, I blame Malaya completely. Reverend Ted. Come on. Gotta look at the whole picture of it.
Well, there's 2 of them involved. Until someone squeals on the other, I'm at the point now, whether they're on alive, which I definitely hope that they are still with us, but in one of the 2 scenarios that are plausible, either the kids were harmed, either by accident or intention, and I don't want to say disposed of, but buried or whatever, or we found that they're shipped off and with somebody, until someone squeals on the other that these two are the ones that are have got the info that we need, and we can't trust the info from Darren or Daniel because he could come out and tell us a 100% true story tomorrow, and how many people would believe it as 100% truth?
Nobody.
Maybe
Could.
10%.
Yeah. What
The
did you
ones
lie
that
to?
believe him, the ones that believe that he had absolutely nothing to do with it right now. But
Vanessa would.
I didn't want to name names. Charmaine, come on, be nice.
Kidding. I'm
What
just
did,
kidding.
what did she say?
But until these two put the kids ahead of themselves, I just don't know.
Now, what picture? Sorry, what picture did you're right, Kent? Absolutely. Until that's what we were saying the other night, right? Quit being selfish. This is
Yep.
about Jack and Lily. That's what this is about. I'm like, and again, I want to say this. Please, never underestimate myself or Charmaine or Kent. We fight for Jack and Lily. We are 100% focused on finding answers, and I'm sure you guys yourselves, okay? Never lose the focus of Jack and Lily. And this is what it's all about. And again, if family wants to talk, I'm going to sit there and listen to every droplet that they want to put out there, including that disgusting post by Janie today, talking about Belinda. That's like the pot. That's like a huge pot calling the kettle black for the one person that's fighting for Jack and Lily. That's the only person that's been out there from the get-go fighting for Jack and Lily. Shame on you, Janie. Shame on you. But anyways, Daniel should, yeah. Okay, let's see here. Thank you guys again. If you guys have not hit that like and a share, you guys, we are Jack and Lily's army. So please do your part, hit the like and share. This is for answers for Jack and Lily. Okay, we're not, so we understand that there's talking, right? But we understand too that we didn't fall off a turnip truck yesterday. And again, as time goes on, this always happens. The people come out of the woodwork and start talking and stuff like that. But what says a lot to me in all of this, right, is that Daniel will not go on anything. The only thing that Daniel will probably use is the media, right, Daniel? Because you think that you can play the media for what you want. You know that you can't play us true crime sleuths. You know that we didn't fall off a turnip truck, and you don't want to face someone verbally talking to you because you know that you're probably going to muck up even more. Same with Janie on this one, right? And so again, when people are lying in a case, ask yourself why. Now, Janie, we don't know what's true or not true in a sense about what Janie's been saying. I mean, she's been trying to spill some beans, and I know Darren's been trying to give her some credit for being this stand-up lady. Bullshit. She just literally blasted Belinda, you guys, today, basically, and gave kudos to her own self when it's her own son that's part of this, as well as Malaya. We won't forget Malaya, of course. But the family from the Martell side, I'm sorry, but you guys are trying to shovel shit that's like a mountain high right now. And Daniel,
we haven't really heard from the actual Martell side.
Mackenzie's side mostly, right? Like we haven't heard from Earl Martell or Justin Martell, for instance, right? It's from a lot from the Mackenzie side of it. Janie Mackenzie, right? Logan Mackenzie. Is Haley? What's Haley's last name? Is it Mackenzie? No, that's Ferdinand. So, yeah. But anyways, okay. Helen, I went to that location and another one, and pictures have been sent to major crimes. But does anyone know what Helen's talking about when she says Donna's? I can go look. You guys can talk for a minute, and then I want to play another clipping here.
Well, Sonny, do you? I don't know if you have it right there. I meant to mention it to you earlier. I think you were going to bring it up. Do you have the picture of Malaya's messages to Belinda?
I do. I can bring those up.
The first time that they were.
Yeah, just give me a second to find which ones those ones are. Okay, wait, that's do you believe? Just give me a second. That's okay. Only because I got a few things going on here.
And I think you know the one that I want.
I know which one you want. You want number 3. You want this one. 1 second. That was enough for that video. Oh, please, somebody tell Clutch some pearls that he's wrong. I know that he was saying this a lot yesterday, and people kept telling Justin that Daniel did say that the blanket wasn't Lily's, and then said it was. But he obviously isn't aware of that because he was like, no, I'm right. But can you guys, if you guys are in Justin, just let him know that people were trying to tell him that. You guys can share the screenshot that I just pulled up there as well. But anyway, so let's just present, share screen, and here. Okay, so I'll take us off screen just so I can make that bigger. So this is the one you want here. Is that wait, number 3? Is this it? Number 3, yeah, right here, Kent, right in the middle one, right towards the bottom.
Yeah. So we'll talk about that, and because I can't see it, but I want to bring people's attention because, like I say, I think we all know or believe there's 2 scenarios here. Something happened, and the kids are unalive, or if you so believe any or all of Darren's scenario, and Malaya shipped the kids off. But if you go back and don't even think that we talked to Darren, because this is messages to Belinda from Malaya on day 2 or 3, and you can read those messages on the screen. I can't because I got my chat. I'm on my phone, so I can't actually read them. But it says Malaya tells Belinda that everyone is starting to believe that the kids were picked up. So if that was on day 2 or 3, because I can't remember which day it was, but I know it was on one or the other because that's when she was talking to Belinda. And that was 3 weeks minimum before we heard from Darren. Do you think that Darren might have been investigate? And like I say, it's not that it's the gospel, and I'm not trying to stick up for that it's 100% gospel. But what we are sure of is one of these 2 scenarios. Either the kids fell to harm and both parents know, or the kids are alive and both parents know, and Daniel was so madly in love at the beginning, thinking that he was going to get Malaya back, that he covered for her. But through time, and I'm not sticking up for him and saying that's the reason why his story's changed. I just want you to think logically in the order of scenario, because like I say, we've had people or I've seen people in the chats asked questions about the garbage and stuff. Well, that was all stuff that we had concrete answers because of the way it is since day 3 or 4. It's what we don't know is what we need to know. And what we need to know has got to come from either RCMP coming out and telling us that they've figured out the story and here's the highlights, because we're not going to get all the details from the RCMP. And we might not, even if it goes to court, you'll get reports of the details, but you won't get it all because of our Canadian system. So I just want to bring people back to that here we are. Somebody said earlier, I think we're 86 days or 68 days in, and the 2 stories that we need to know, we can't get it.
Nope. Okay, thank you.
And
So
I have a question for the end of the episode that
Malaya didn't say everyone is starting to think that they may have been picked up. She said, I have reason to believe that they may have been picked up. And you can look at it one way, or you can look at it the other way. And like, if she had put her kids in a car hours before, why would she even bring that up? If she had done this, why would she request an Amber Alert to look for the kids if she wanted them gone? Like, I mean,
I don't think you. I'm not saying she did it to get them gone.
I can.
No, you're not. I'm not saying that at all. I think what if that's the scenario that plays out, she done it for their protection. She never did it to get rid of them. Don't get me wrong.
That's not what I'm saying, Ken. But even if she did, she chose. She was scared for their safety, and she chose to do the right thing for her kids and put them in a car and get them away from Daniel. Why would she ask for an Amber Alert? Tell me that. Why would she tell Belinda that she thinks the kids may have been picked up? Tell me that. I mean, you guys can keep throwing this stuff at me, and I'll keep blowing a hole through it.
It's the same thing as why would Daniel? Because he's lying to us. Like, you can say, well, why would Daniel tell us about sweaters? Because it's all distraction factors.
It is, but to me, and I don't want to get too deep into it, chat, so don't ask me any questions, but to me, just in case when the kids are found and 2 sweaters happen to be there, that's a loose end that he might need to explain away one day, if that day ever comes. So,
but did he already jump out? Did he already jump out ahead of that and give a plausible explanation for that? That's what I'm saying. The plausibility, because we got nothing that's positive here, but it's the plausibility of anything and everything that we learn is you got to take it. Is it plausible?
And also,
that's why he made that statement to the RCMP. Like, is that a plausible? What would they call that? They would call like a deniability. Well, I told you day 2 that those sweaters were gone. They set me up.
Yeah, I mean, in his mind, yeah, but it's nonsensical. Like, it's
so then they have to have the evidence to prove that it wasn't as a setup and it was there because.
Correct. And if his sweaters were found with the kids, they would probably have that evidence. But Chelsea, that was one of my questions. If Malaya was caught off guard by Janie being home in the morning, was she unaware of Janie filling potholes the night before? Good question. And I also have another question. Where was Janie's car? Like, wasn't her car at home for Malaya to see that she was at home? Or, like, I heard a rumor that they didn't. Never mind. But I don't know. Just throwing that out there. Like, in Sunny, like, the East Coast, you guys are 4 hours ahead of us, but we're not. And so it's like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, sometimes 4 o'clock in the morning, and me and Sunny are up chasing down this information and just trying to get some kind of receipts. And like, we're putting in some long hours just trying to make sense of all of this noise, and there is no sense to be made.
Exactly.
Well, there's a bunch of lies going on, I can tell you that much. That's for a fact. And again, it really just, still, the bottom basis of this is that 2 children are missing, Lily and Jack. At what point do you need to bullshit and say lies unless you're covering something up? That's the bottom line of it. If the truth was going on, it would be 2 sincere parents, stepdad and mom, begging and pleading for, us and everyone else to find out what happened to these 2 children. That is not what we're seeing at all. So again, we can see that Daniel has been a consistent person trying to, whatever Daniel's doing, push his narrative, push his line, whatever Daniel believes he's doing, thinks he's doing, and stuff like that. But the more that man opens up his mouth, the more inconsistencies, the more lies that are coming to fruition. And that's because he ain't the smartest bulb on the Christmas tree, okay? And it's because he's playing with fire by doing this. And at the end of the day, again, obviously we know that anything he says, anything he does, whether Daniel agrees or not, you're being watched, dude. Seriously, every move you make, every little breadcrumb that you pick off your table, you're being watched with everything that you're doing online and everything. But Daniel thinks, well, they're not looking my way anymore because you know what? I give them information that the Malays family over there, that they're planting all this stuff so that they can frame me, so that they could set me up. You know, the woman that I love, the woman that I want to meet near the waterfall again someday. I just don't know what planet he thinks that we fell off of, as he's telling these things. But again, Malaya has only said so much. And the things that she said, again, we take them with a grain of salt, but obviously they are true messages. It doesn't mean that they're truthful behind those messages. So we can only see from her perspective the day of May 2nd, kind of second, third, and fourth a little bit, when she kind of stopped talking to Belinda, but obviously we know she left on the 3rd. Daniel has been telling a lot of information. So to be honest with you, for quite a while there, I was like, but who does that? Who literally says, I'll take a polygraph, give me a drug test? Who literally says, look, I went to go see Meadow and guess what? CPS told me I can't because, they don't want to put the child in any sort of danger when they don't know answers going on, basically. So I can't see not only Meadow, but my other children. And you kind of think to yourself, like, wow, like you're just giving us a bunch of information. But again, it just boils down to this. When there's lying going on and it's clear and simple that they don't know how to tell a timeline if their ass is dependent on it at all, because besides the lies that Daniel's been telling, right? He can call them whatever he wants. He can justify his crock of crap to his mama, okay? With her crock of crap, probably. Other than that, honestly, this is about Jack and Lily and truth. And when you have to play games like this and you have to hide Daniel, behind these stupid Facebook posts that like the one you just posted today, and you can't be, even have the gumption to face anyone on a live because you want to be so truthful and honest. That says a lot to me. I absolutely guarantee you is that they can't face the wrath that would come at them from true crime sleuths who aren't like the news and pussyfoot over things. And they try to, be more delicate and stuff like that. Sorry, the news, they might be watching and they might see, but how the news is, so how are you feeling today? Just, go ahead and tell us all about that polygraph. Okay, so why did your neighbor, oh yeah, about that neighbor, the one that posted about the drugs and, that this place is a crack house and stuff like that. Well, he's just trying to take the heat off himself. All right, the blanket, everything, the sweater, the t-shirts.
What did he post today?
Pardon?
What did he post today?
Who?
Daniel.
No, I didn't say he posted anything. I'm talking about Jamie's post there.
No, you said Daniel posted something on Facebook today.
Oh, no, that was the excavator thing that we were talking. I don't know if that's what Sunny's talking about, but that was 6 days ago.
Well, if you guys mistook me, the only thing I was talking about was Janie. And just meaning between Janie and Daniel is that they're using Facebook.
No, I thought you stated that he posted something.
You know what? Let's just go to righteous Mr. Daniel over there. Okay? Let's just pull down this one first. Whoops, nope, sorry. Not that one. We'll kick that one off. Remove. So let's just go to this. I'm just honestly, again, you guys, my focus is Jack and Lily. Never mistake that, But I'm really sick of the bullshit because we're talking about 2 missing children and these people want to play games, right? So go ahead, Janie. Go ahead and give your interview tomorrow. Let's see if you actually do it. First of all, Janie, let's just see. So remove from studio. I want to share this one. Image.
But you got to remember, those interviews aren't going to come out right away because even with Belinda's, we knew that she had done one and it was almost a week and a half or 2 weeks by the time that it aired.
Yeah. I want to
So it's
thank
not
somebody.
that they're going to happen this week.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Belinda's took a.
Daniel is a loose cannon. He did something at night. I'm sure of it.
Let's see here. Is that Faye? Hi, Faye. How you doing? Make it make sense. Absolute. Right. Make it make sense. Well, we can't because there's too many lies going on. That's why we can't make it make sense. They can't tell a proper timeline. Should be easy, right? Should be easy. That this happened the day before. You know, we put them to bed, gave them dinner, da 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 da. It should be easy if there's no involvement whatsoever, right? Allegedly, hypothetically, whatever. Daniel's a loose cannon. He did something that night. I'm sure of it. Again, in your opinion, speculation, obviously. But to me, something happened to those children. You know, they just didn't fly to the moon and they're up there for a while. Then they're going to, transport down here in a little bit. They didn't get on a magic carpet ride. They didn't get beamed up by an alien spaceship or nothing like that, right? They're not in the woods. They haven't been found in the woods. And honestly, for that one searcher lady, I'm sure she's a really great person, right? Honestly, to think that, yeah, well, by everything that I see, I think that they could be in the woods still. I think that was just one of those, when somebody's asked a question and then they got to give somewhat of a decent, like a politically correct answer.
She had to give the political correct answer that she couldn't go against the RCMP. Like,
I know.
she's there to prove their case, like by finding what they send them in for without knowing what they're going for.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that's what I mean. Like, that was unfair. Like, if anybody that, like, listen to the RCMP investigator, he said, like, when they send these searchers back in for stuff, they don't tell them what they're going in for. They don't even give them a scenario. They just say, we're going in and searching this area again.
That's true.
And even if you're an RCMP member on the ground, you might not know unless you're within the investigative team.
Yeah. Just one second. There's 551 people watching. You guys remember, please. It's about Jack and Lily. If you guys can hit that like and the share, that's all Belinda is asking for, is just to keep their names out there, their faces, talk about them, bring awareness to this case. That's where you guys come in, okay? So please, if you could just do your part, hit that like and the share for Jack and Lily. It's not hard, it's free, and it's easily done. You guys care about Jack and Lily, and you guys are in here watching, right? Just please give Jack and Lily that thumbs up at least for the like. Get it.
Hey,
Keep
you
it
know
on
what, Maddie or Marty? No plea deals for either one of them until they start telling the goddamn truth.
There you go, Kent. Okay, so let's just quickly read this post by Daniel Martell. Daphne, kids were not seen at the mall. Her brother called Ron, meaning Janie's brother, called Ron being her brother, which is Logan's father, called at 8:48 a.m. with a call lasting just under 3 minutes. Malaya did not use my phone. That morning, RCMP were called before 10 a.m., 9:48, and took 12 minutes to arrive on the scene. Please do more in-depth research before posting, please. Well, that's pretty righteous, Daniel. How about you stop telling lies so that we could actually research this case a little bit better if you were just telling the truth? Isn't that just so righteous of Daniel? Please do more in-depth research before posting, please.
This is what I'm talking about. Like, he is so quick to correct other people, but will not correct or clarify himself. Like, it's mind-blowing. And these are his stepkids that he cares so much about. Like, clarify.
Right. But he won't do that. And right, that's the point, is Mr. Righteous here, who can't even clarify his lies, or come clean them up, right? Again, if they were as innocent as what Darren was trying to portray with Daniel, like, well, here's the reason for this, and here's the reason for that. Oh, by the way, he lied over here. Oh, right, he got to clean that mess. Oh, what about that one over there, right? But he hasn't done anything, and yet he wants to preach to somebody else. So righteous, isn't it? So righteous, I mean, honestly, can that man's nose? I mean, if only Pinocchio was true. And every time Daniel spoke, it was just like whenever somebody told a lie, that their nose grew just a little bit longer each time.
No,
Anyways,
thanks. I wouldn't want my road blocked.
I know. On there. Okay. Thank you guys. Hi, Chelsea. Chelsea Graves in the house. That, of course, is Belinda's daughter. On there. I'm sure Belinda's watching here as well. Oh, there's that famous name I love. Annette Confetti. Welcome, Annette Confetti. Alana King's in the house. You guys don't forget the fundraiser for Jack and Lily. Let's bring those little beautiful babies back up there. Don't forget about that. You guys can see the link that's spiraling around. I got myself so 5 bracelets originally, and then I ordered 2 keychains. Oh, I did a block as well for the draw, and then I ordered 2 keychains from Alana the other day, as well as the JL decal from there. So we'll bring up Jack and Lily. So again, anyone that can, like I said, wants to support Jack and Lily and have your little memento about this case, regardless, to support Jack and Lily's fight for justice, right? Because again, you guys, somebody has to be Jack and Lily's army. So we might as well do it, right? We're the ones that need to fight and keep it out there and keep the focus alive. It's about these children. That's it. It's about these children. Daniel and his lies, or Malay and her lies, or Janie and her lies, or anyone else in their lies out there. Again, that's between their lips to God's ears. They're the ones that have to live with that in their heart and soul, right? What we're doing is trying to bring awareness to the case and answers. So we're good with our hearts. We're good with our hearts because we're doing the right thing. We know that. Anyone that's fighting for Jack and Lily, your hearts are in the right place, regardless of your opinion about Daniel or Malaya, right? That comes secondary. It's Jack and Lily. And as parents, right, when you have children of your own and you even attempt to put yourself in the shoes of family members, that look at these beautiful kids, seriously. And there's lying going on. That's the joke of it all. That there's lying going on. So we'll keep the pressure on. It's for Jack and Lily. These kids deserve answers. The family members out there that really care about Jack and Lily, of course they deserve answers. But I really wish that the family, some of them would get off their little tuffets and come out and speak, right? Trust me, you're not going to be detrimental. You're not going to talk about things that could truly hurt the case. Nobody wants that. But watching Daniel come out, keeps saying these comments like, shh, I'm saying too much. What was that one comment that he said about fire? Like, I can't remember. It was a stupid comment too. Anyway, but bottom line is, how many times did he say, here, you guys, here's a dish. Here's some more information. Oh, I shouldn't be talking. Okay. Oh, this one gets me. This one probably gets me the most. So when 2 children are missing, have you guys ever heard that we should not know what Jack and Lily or any other person should be wearing because they're missing, right? So if they're missing, right, Daniel? So either it's an investigation criminal, and you know that, and that's why you're saying that, you know what? The stuff that you thought they were wearing and her Barbie top is here. But I'm not allowed to tell you because that's part of the investigation. Most stupidest crap I ever heard. Not only that, but when he said major crime unit, wants him to be careful about what he says. Shut the front door, you big liar. All right? You were so full of shit. Just like Malaya's side saying that they can't say anything to whatever. No. It's because they chose that they didn't want to. Daniel, he's so full of crap this way. Sorry, Daniel. Like I said, Truthologist here. You're full of shit. So Daniel keeps saying that, he's not supposed to be saying all this stuff, but let me just tell you about the 2 sweaters, and if they're found with the kids, let me just tell you about this, and it's just such a joke. And then he's like, I'm telling you guys too much. He's playing a game. Vanessa, I love you, girl. He's playing a game, and you don't play games when it's at the sake of the children. That's what I don't get. I don't support Malaya. I don't support Daniel. I think that, again, they have to deal with their own computers. Thank you, Helen. Is that the one from Helen down there?
First, we don't know that they're not buried in the woods, but what we do know is that they're not buried in the woods within the search area. because if there would have been disturbed soils anywhere within the search area of the searchers, then that would have been searched in depth. Same as the one spot that did show up on the satellite imaging of the ground being different than what the surrounding ground was. So you're right. We don't know that they're not buried in the woods, but we do know that they're not buried in the woods within the search area.
Which was a large area, and they were there for the first 5.5 days. And unless Daniel was really gone for that 3 hours in the morning, or without saying too much, he had all night to take them, or whatever had all night.
Three hours to 6 hours. It's still, that's only a 3 hour, like an hour and a half to 3 hour return trip to get back home in time in the morning to
through the bush.
That's the rest of the story. Well, no, because, and the reason why I don't believe they're that much further from home, or the reason why I would suspect not, is where they're located. They're about 2 miles or 3 miles, and you get onto the Trans-Canada Highway. So, like, when you get Mike DeMann or any other somebody saying they traveled to Halifax or the Basin, the RCMP, they're along the Trans-Canada and the back roads even. There would be video surveillance because there's highway cameras at every so many kilometers on the Trans-Canada Highway.
That's my point.
Right? Point. So they didn't go that far away from home, and if they used a vehicle, they would be able to track the vehicle's GPS to where they were.
Depending on the year, make, and model of the vehicle.
The vehicle, yeah, and how long it takes. But if you used, say, a four-wheeler, as some people suspect, there's no GPS on a four-wheeler. And if you stay out of sight of the trail cams, then you could go up to that hour and a half radius and still be back home within 3 hours, in my opinion.
Right. And if they're looking an hour and a half radius on a quad through the bush that is still impacted by Hurricane Fiona is not
the area needs to be bigger than what it is.
What?
Their search area needs to be bigger than what it is.
But what I'm saying is an 8 kilometer at the end of the second or third search or whatever, they had gone out 8 kilometers. That's still a large area for a quad to get through with the time frame that like the time he would have had, or whoever would have had. That 8 kilometer radius is still a long way to go on a quad in that particular forested area. He's not
going to go through the woods. If you're going to use the quad, you're going to go on the trails.
Right.
And there's trails all over there. And they know them because they use them to go fishing and hunting.
So what we're saying is,
I don't think their search area could be big enough if they're buried.
If they're buried. I don't think that a quad could get that far at night with 2, I don't want to say it, but you know what I'm saying. I don't think it would get that far in the middle of the night or early morning, whatever, because remember, he would have had, why do I keep saying he? I don't understand why I keep going there, but whoever would have had to get out there with 2, you guys know what I'm trying to say, and I'm not going to say it, but would have had to get out there with the secure load through this ATV trails. Okay, fine. All right, fine. Fair enough. But then get back in time to clean up because he's just buried.
But wait a minute.
And then
Everybody says.
let me finish. And then get back in bed with Malia so she's none the wiser. Here I go again. I'm pointing fingers and I don't mean to, but whoever it was would have had to clean up before the RCMP, before anybody else woke up.
Yeah. But
the timeline doesn't time.
In that area, and everybody says that the four-wheeler was so clean, maybe the four-wheeler was so clean because they road ran.
But the CCTV, you mean on the road?
Yeah, like the high
cameras would pick up an ATV with two pieces of cargo on it.
No. But the next highway camera is at the bottom, at the base of Kemp Town. So that would be about 30 miles up the highway, one way, like going towards Truro. So going south. And if you're going northeast towards Cape Breton, the next highway camera would be Mount William. Now, the other thing, if you guys want to look at where these highway cameras are located, and they're granular, but they can be upgraded by the professionals if they wanted to be. But if you look under a search on Google, all Nova Scotia highway cameras, it'll bring you up every camera that is functioning will have a photo, and most of the time for weather reports, they only take and submit like road shots every 3 or 4 hours. It's not that they're I don't think they're like a stoplight camera. They're not recording traffic going by. Like they're not a rolling camera. They're a still shot camera. The highway cameras are. We don't have when you get to the city in Halifax, they do have some stoplight cameras that would continuously record, but as far as I can tell, in the function of the highway cameras, they're not a continuous recording. They more take snapshots whatever the timer is set to.
Well, honestly, with that kind of cargo that we're alleging, I think he would be whoever. Stop,
yeah. But I'm just saying, I don't think they would go on
kahunas to drive down a main road. I'm going to stop. They went through the woods because they did not go onto a main road. If this scenario is anything close to what happened, can we just agree that they would not get on a main road and trolley down the street and hope to miss the still shot cameras with two relatively large pieces of cargo strapped to the front of the ATV with two sweater? It just doesn't make sense to me.
But what I'm saying, with the trails and even just the side roads, they could get further out than what their 8-kilometer radius of the home is, what I'm saying. Like those, even if they travel the pipeline.
In the middle of the night with that cargo with nothing falling off? Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
If that's what we're saying, like if that's the scenario, we know, we're pretty sure that the searcher's done a thorough enough job that if they, like Travis asked, if they were buried in the woods, would that spot have been found? And it's the same as believing if they're in the water. Like, different people said, oh, well, they're in the water, but they searched the water. Yes, they've searched the water, but what if when those searchers and divers have searched the water, they would have been looking for human remains. What if they're in something else? it might have not have ragged the red flag if they would have seen a box on the bottom covered in whatever to navigate that.
No, Sassy, the storage. I mean, one could potentially if it was completely cleaned out, but I don't think they both would. No. Can you ask just a sec? I have a question. Charmaine, can you ask Kent what he thinks about coastal area nearby and cameras, please? Isn't that what he was just talking about? I don't know.
Well, the coastal area, like the river that is closest to their home, if they went in there, there is one tidal river that would feed, and you would find it, and I don't know what it's called when it's out that far, if it's still called West River or not. But then you get into West River when you get into Alma, and then it becomes into the Middle River, and that flows into Pictou Harbor. But then to get out of the one side of Pictou Harbor into the other, which flows out into the Northumberland Strait and into the waters that goes up around Cape Breton and so on, they would have to get through a little like 10-foot or 15-foot wide spillway that used to control the tides and the amount of water that came in and out of one side to the other. Now, the last, I want to say at least 10 years, they've just opened the spillways and we've left them open because Pictou Harbor no longer gets raw sewage dumped into it. And that was one of the reasons why it was, because they didn't want the raw sewage to be carried by the tidal up into the rivers and destroy the rivers. So as the tide would come in, they would limit the amount of water that gets to flow in. And then the same thing, but they'd let it completely flush out. I don't know. There wouldn't be any road cameras there. You would be concentrating on people's private trail cams and or doorbell cams, things like that. But that's only a 20-minute drive from where they live to bypass all that. If you're saying, did they want to dump them in tidal waters? 20 minutes is a hell of a lot than closer going to the Bay of Fundy, because although you could get to the basin, which I once again talk about Mike DeMann always referring to the basin. Well, the basin of the Bay of Fundy doesn't get the tidal action that is in the Bay of Fundy. You would have to go about another half an hour down the shores of the Bay of Fundy to get something into an area where the tides are going to grab it and take it out without being caught. In my opinion, I'm no tidal expert, but I'm just saying, once you get out into the depths of the Bay of Fundy, you got 45-foot tides every 6 hours, so going into the Atlantic Ocean.
You guys good?
Yeah.
Okay. No, just wasn't sure if you were done that part of the conversation for a second. No, that's fine, because I was just I went to the bathroom, I did my nails. No, just kidding. On there. You guys, just quickly, I want to put this back up. Okay, so Vanessa, the one that she's saying that she's like, I know she talks about Daniel and stuff and his innocence and stuff like that. And again, for me, I'm not even about sides at all. I'm about Jack and Lily, and Vanessa here has printed off a bunch of these herself so that she can go put them everywhere. So bless your heart, because this is what it's about, bringing awareness regardless. Okay. Even if you feel like they're out there or not out there, bottom line is, you guys, we're looking for answers. We want to put the pressure on the people that have the answers. We want to make them feel guilty. We want them to keep speaking and stuff like that. We want family members to come forward and give information. Quit hiding, please. This is about 2 children. Can you imagine that there's all these people that have some information or a little bit of knowledge of something that day, what went on during the search, perhaps? It doesn't have to be something that's, the answers or whatever, but it might be something to do that you felt odd about that day of the search. Maybe you can talk about Malaya's or whatever personality, but so many, it's like 2 children are missing, and these people are feeling like, these family members, friends, whatever, are going to feel like they're being traitors or something. And at the end of the day, I'll throw you under the bus any day if I even feel like you had something to do with the child's disappearance. I mean, it's one of those things. You know, I can't understand why like Janie, right? I'm just gonna take Janie because she's trying to blast Belinda, which is an absolute joke in itself, right? Considering the children went missing again underneath their watch, and yet she's trying to bring up Belinda out of all of this. Like, how low do you have to sink to go to Facebook to make a post to try to tear Belinda down and build yourself up? You sound just like your son, because I guess the apple doesn't fall far from the tree now, does it there, Janie? But the thing is that, she's like, I'm only talking to RCMP. I'm only talking to RCMP. Then it's like, okay, well, you know what? Darren says Janie built the trust with him and stuff like that. And then she's all getting mad and she wants to speak but oh my God, let's just go to Facebook. Yeah, let's just go to Facebook out of all places and start, that's just a losing venture right there at the end of the day, right? I mean, great. If they want to speak there, it still shows a lot about the fact that you're hiding behind a wall, but if you want to contradict yourself, and stuff like that, or say things again, all that's going to be used against you if you have anything to hide or anything to do with Jack and Lily's disappearance. And again, we'd have to be pretty much bumpkins to think that something didn't happen to those children beyond the fact of stranger abduction that they've never even bought, meaning the Major Crime Unit and the RCMP. Not that they didn't even look down that line, but come on. I think it's pretty clear at this point. Children, all the drones, nothing could find them. They ain't hiding underneath the mushroom cup. Okay, guys? Daniel is lying. That's plain as day. Whenever there's lying, it's because you're hiding the truth. And that's just as clear as anything, that if somebody's lying during a case of missing children and you're the stepfather and you're on the property and you have to make up lies, that says a lot about exactly what happened to Jack and Lily. Hypothetically, allegedly, in my opinion. Just saying. But anyways, I want to go back to watching this. Let me see. Oh, no, I think I have to play it from my thing. Because again, so thank you, Vanessa. And anyone else, again, if you have the ability to print off some flyers yourself, post them around. It's about answers. It's about Jack and Lily, right? So it's not about us tearing each other apart because we don't like somebody's thoughts or ideas about what we think about Danielle and Malaya. Honestly, at the end of the day, we can talk about it all day long. But it's Jack and Lily that are missing, and they're doing really nothing about it. Well, Daniel thinks he is, of course, because he almost died twice, right? I mean, I can't honestly believe that the world will never know that, Charmaine, that he literally almost died twice, almost impaled himself. I was talking to my niece yesterday, guys, by the way. My niece, she's 35 years old now. She's been on meth and fentanyl and you name it, she's been doing it. So she's going to join me on Saturday. And when I was asking her and I was describing Daniel's actions, well, she was explaining to me kind of like how, we'll call it math. Okay. Because I think that's math. All right. So she was explaining to me about math. And she says that if you are using like a pipe and lighten it up and stuff like that, that it gives you a different effect than if you inject it. And she was saying that if you inject it, that it's more. So you know how Haley described Daniel? Oh, so like running around with your chicken with your head cut off and talking about, math and Malaya, and that, he's been doing it for years. Well, we already heard Darren speak for Daniel and say that Daniel, yes, was into that and stuff like that. And that somehow he was going to courses. Well, that's, like I said, my niece has been off and on this drug addiction trail that she's been going through and stuff like that. But she was saying, when it's injected, that you basically, it's like you're a superhero, that you're just kind of like very hyper and, all over the place.
Yeah, but you would have marks all over his arms.
Mm-hmm. Say that again.
He would have marks all over his arms.
Well, we don't. Well, might exactly right. Well, she said it sounds like I just kind of described his actions in a sense, and based on what he has said, and she just said it's either meth or crack, probably. Yeah.
And either one, I would say, would be smoking it, because
right.
You can tell it just looks like you're covered in mosquito bite.
Yeah. Like when I even brought up gummies to her, she was like, well, I mean, I can't really see like weed gummies, because usually, anyways, she'll come and join on Saturday. And because, like I said, she's firsthand experience of all these drugs and stuff like that. And of course, the best experience is your own experience, right? No different than domestic violence and stuff like that. But anyway, okay. So I want to go back and play that. So thanks, Vanessa, doing that for Jack and Lily. Again, the fight is for Jack and Lily. It's not for Daniel and Malaya, right? It's not about trying to make one look better than the other. They both look bad at the end of the day. But it's Jack and Lily. Like, this is the point of it, right? So that's what I said. The focus is always Jack and Lily, and Malaya and Daniel, regardless of lies and truth bombs and stuff like that. Who cares about them? Let them keep talking or not talking or whatever. The truth will be uncovered, because family members are going to get tired of the bullshit of this case, and they're going to be like, you know what, I'm ready to speak up to. So come on, family members, fight for Jack and Lily. Fight for Jack and Lily. Okay, so, oh no, I said I had to play it from here. So stop screen, video file. Okay, we'll start off with this.
My heart tells me these babies are gone. My heart tells me that. I am the grandmother of Lily and Jack. I am the grandmother on the biological father's side. My son is Cody Sullivan. He's not in jail. He's never been out west. He does not have a criminal record. And right now he's living with me. He has been for 9 months.
How did you find out that Lily and Jack were missing?
The mom of my grandson called me. We were in town. She asked if I heard the news. She sent me the article that was on Facebook showing the kids missing. I couldn't call Malaya yet, so I waited till we got home. And I called, well, I didn't call her, I texted her. And she told me that, yes, that the kids were missing, that they've been missing since this morning. I was in a state of panic, shock. But in the back of my mind, I kept saying, well, they'll find them. I mean, I'm assuming that they'd find them. So I told her, well, we'll head out first thing in the morning and help with the search.
Are you able to authorize and start getting some search teams going to the Gairloch location?
Radio chatter. Search crews and first responders mobilizing in a quest no one dreamed would take this long.
Make their mom stays close to the house there in case they happen to sneak out and get back into the house.
A home deep in rural Nova Scotia, 140 kilometres northeast of Halifax, the last known location.
A lot of area to cover. We're out in the sticks here.
Not one, but two missing children. A dog that barks at everything, a mother who left on the second day, a father who hasn't seen the kids in 3 years, and a stepfather trying to piece things together.
It's been a long 6 weeks. I know that everybody basically in the world at this point is always wanting to know like what happened.
The mystery of what happened to 6-year-old Lily Mae Sullivan and her 4-year-old brother Jack William James Sullivan is indeed gripping the country and beyond. It is Friday, May 2nd. Martell and his partner Malaya Brooks Murray, the children's mother, are having a lazy morning with their baby. Lily and Jack are in the kitchen alone.
Malaya and the baby were asleep. Lily came in multiple times. I was not in deep sleep by any means. And then about 20 minutes passed, and then when I woke up, Malaya was right beside me. She was still asleep.
Wait, what? 20 minutes? 20 minutes passed, right? So why don't we know a timeline at all about Lily and Jack coming, Lily coming in a few times, and Jack, he's in the kitchen, right? But he wasn't asleep. By no means. 20 minutes.
Didn't he also say at some point that he woke up as Malaya was coming back to bed?
Did he say that?
Sure did.
When did he say that? Right in this one right here?
Not in that one, no. Later. After this. After this one.
Well, it might not be in this one because, I do have his
to Belinda, maybe?
But wasn't that she was coming back to bed after calling the school? Is that what he implied?
He implied, yeah. And that could have been when she dropped the kids off at the driveway, was the implication.
But what about this 6:10 phone call in the morning from Ron? What about that phone call?
How did that happen?
I don't know. I call my family every day at 6:10 myself.
Me too, especially if I need to go shopping.
Okay, especially if I need to go shopping.
I call you guys at 4:00, so what's the difference?
That's different. Come on.
There's no time change between county.
I know.
I know you'd be on there, but right,
Yeah.
And it's just like, so what about ever this 6:10 phone call mysteriously?
But wasn't Janie and Darren saying that phone call was actually at 8:38?
No, there was another phone call at 8:48.
At 8:48.
There was a second phone call. Yeah, but Janie was napping, remember? She was napping this whole time.
Remember? Don't forget Daniel told Belinda that his mom didn't wake up and the dog wasn't barking. Remember, don't forget that, guys. Okay? Right? 'Cause Belinda knows what she was told. And all of a sudden it all changed to this whole storyline.
But she also knows that if the dog was there the day that she was there, she said she never heard the dog barking.
Well, that was on one of the trips because she was there 3 times. But Belinda knows, right? And Belinda knows for a fact that the dog that she heard on the 3rd had a deep sound, not no freaking Heinz 57. Right? It had a deep sound. Now she said she didn't see it; she heard it. But she also said, I believe, that there was that whoever, maybe it was her sister, got a glimpse, I believe, of the dog.
Yeah, of his head looking out the window, and he was a big dog.
Right. And what did Haley say too about this dog that wouldn't shut up? And then Logan's like, or sorry, Cheryl said that, and then Logan's like, I don't really like dogs anyway.
But that's the little dog wouldn't shut up. The big dog is quiet and tame.
Well, again, we can talk about the part of this. So, and this is just, again, you guys, speculation theories. But so according to, of course, well, no, Belinda said that she was there, that Janie was crying, and right, boo hoo hoo hoo, Janie. Yeah, I don't see you crying. I don't see you crying, like Belinda's crying over these two babies. Sorry, but you haven't portrayed that image at all.
Nobody cried.
Well, no, that's not.
Ron sure did. Logan's dad sure did.
Ron sure did, and
did anybody see it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Logan.
Belinda saw it. The only person that I believe saw it.
Yeah. That's
well,
right.
I never heard Belinda say that she seen him crying.
Belinda, are you in there, Chelsea? I can't remember about Belinda on that one. I know that she said that
Logan said that
Logan told us he cried his eyeballs out.
Yeah. Logan said that, right, that she cried the eyeballs out. That to be fair, that Cindy, I think, didn't cry. Malaya didn't cry. I mean, we've heard Belinda talk about even Malaya not having any sort of.
That's what I'm getting at. The only one that we've actually seen cry real tears is Belinda.
Yeah.
The rest of them, if you're saying Daniel's lying, his tears are crocodile tears.
Daniel's tears are crocodile bullshit tears to me. Yes, those aren't crying tears. Well, at first I was trying to give the man about emotion, but honestly, how many times does that man sit there and go, oh, he does the same damn thing? And not only that, you guys, but let's just go back and rewind for a second. So remember, you guys, he was checking the culverts. He immediately, he says, got into his vehicle and started checking all the roads, all the dirt roads. He says, so you didn't see that pink blanket right beside near your dad's house? You didn't see that? You didn't
No,
see
because it wasn't there in day one.
Pardon?
They all say it wasn't there in day one.
Mm-hmm. That's what I don't understand. Where does this day one come from? Because Belinda said that the boot prints were found on day 2 when she was there. And they talk about the blanket as if it was day 2 that the blanket was found. Not
it
that
was.
It was. Yeah, it wasn't day 1.
No.
Right, exactly. But Daniel was going down those dirt roads. You know the dirt road that's right near your dad's house? Daniel.
Yeah, the one where the command center was, or eventually.
Right? Just
Lansdowne Road.
If you mysteriously, this blanket, if it was planted against me, and I looked into the garbage, or I
don't know. I don't know how you could say the blanket would be planted against Daniel. The blanket would be planted to try to back up the story of a possible abduction. But how the hell does it get in a goddamn tree?
Right.
I can see it if it was on the ground in the ditch. But it wasn't windy. And Friday night, because it wasn't there day 1, Friday night here, poured. And I mean poured raining. So if it was in the tree on Friday, it would have got wet and heavy enough that it would have fell on the ground. And it was fairly dry. And Saturday was the first day all week that was nice. So that's another reason. If the blanket was dry, how come it didn't dry that goddamn quick on a tree branch? It still would have been damp from all the rain. I'd like to know if that blanket was wet or dry. That's another question I have now.
I think we all have questions. Thank you so much. Hi, Laws family. Right, the big dog that Belinda knows. She knows it wasn't a little Heinz 57 yappy thing. She's like, I know that there was a big dog there on the 3rd.
Well, you can still have Heinz 57s that are big, humongous.
No, her Heinz
jungle eaters. Yes, you can. They're pit bull and massive mix.
Hey, back down there, Pictou County guy. Back down there. It's not the little dog that she's claiming. Okay.
Like I say, it's not a Chihuahua.
It's not a Chihuahua.
It's a bull massive pit bull.
But But that's not her dog. It's just a little dog. Her dog's a little dog, right? I got a big bite. Anyways, so yeah. So Belinda's saying like, no. You know, it's not this dog. It is. This was a dog with a you know, like.
Mm-hmm. And did you ever see the size of the bull mastiff and pit bull?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not small.
No.
My neighbor had to take one to Halifax last week because one dog bit the ear off of another to the vet.
Mm-hmm.
Emergency. So,
Popeye, who are you talking to?
You.
Is he you telling me to calm down? Stop interrupting. Shut up, Popeye. Seriously, take your little sailor man ass out of here. Don't tell me how to do a thing. People are over talking each other. Get over it, dude. Seriously, if they're talking to me, then because I'm not in the mood, literally.
Oh no, he was probably talking to me if he was telling me not to interrupt.
Well, if he was talking to you, then I love you, buddy. Have some spinach. No problem. He was talking to me, absolutely. Yeah.
Native Girl and Dawn, they want you to see something in chat, and I've been looking. I can't find what.
Sunny at mods, above chat text, above text. What? Me, what are we looking for? Tell me what we're looking for. Tell me what we're looking for.
Above that text. So.
Above what text?
Did you have a text up on screen?
Oh, Daniel Martell, you mean, or above that text? You guys need to explain yourself with your. Come on now, be more specific here, guys. What are you guys talking about? Above chat text. Yeah, I'll wait for you guys. Dawn. Don't. You guys tell me what we're talking about, and I'll go back up.
Never mind, my boy is 130 pounds, but he would just cover you in kisses and slobber, and he saddened or slobber so bad I have a wall map. LOL. I don't know if that's what she's talking about.
Belinda.
Oh no! Wait a minute. That wasn't Native Girl. Native Girl says, "Oh my God! I thought a child was listening to this derug stuff about their father." Karina's message got cut off and read as she was I don't know.
I think that should have said Corona, not Karina. Corona.
Don't know.
Don't know either. Yeah.
They're not all jumping to explain themselves. So.
Yeah, exactly. And I already showed Belinda's message. So I'm not sure I don't know. No, it was the message I put in, but ended with the instead of Meadow. Still. Corona. Just saying. Anyway, let me go back to let me go back to this. Okay.
And I said, I don't hear Lily and Jack.
The time, no one will say for sure, but police say it was around 10 a.m. when they got a 911 call.
I ran up in the woods to the kids. They have cabins up in the woods, which only took me like 30 seconds. I came right back down. She was on the phone with the RCMP.
There we go right there.
For 6 days, crews tackled an exhaustive search. The children's mother took the baby to be with her family in another part of the province. Her mother told CBC News the RCMP told them.
Okay, let's try that again. Okay, so let's go back to that. 1 second. All right.
I came right back down. She was on the phone with the RCMP.
For 6 days.
Let's try that again.
Ran up in the woods to the kids. They have cabins up in the woods, which only took me like 30 seconds. I came right back down. She was on the phone with the RCMP.
Right. He was on the phone with the RCMP. She was. My bad. Right. So, 1 second. One second. I hear a little dog yapping outside. Must be Jamie's. In there. Bigger. Now, let's see it. Is it in? I think it's in this one. Hold on. Give me a second. I think it's in this one. Oh, wait. I think it's in this one here. No, it's not that one. It's right. I think it's right here. Oh, yeah. That's it. Okay, so we heard that again, right? Right, guys? From the thing. Let's play that one more time so you guys are nice and crisp and clear.
Which only took me like 30 seconds. I came right back down. She was on the phone with the RCMP.
She was on the phone with the RCMP after he came out of the woods, right?
Didn't he also tell us that Malia had a stunned look on her face, and because Janie was home, and she asked him, well, do I call the police?
Well, that's just it. That's what I have on the board right now there, right?
Oh, okay.
I love her more than anything. That will never change. I'm still waiting for the chance to relive the first date of over waterfalls and walk on the big island beach with the Daniel that you first met. She will know what that means. Malaya asked me when he noticed that the kids were gone, should I call the police? The fucking kids are gone. What else should you do? Right. So this all happened that, my mom was napping. And don't forget, Mom Janie was napping, people, and came outside because she heard me yelling that morning for the kids. So, again, let's just call bullshit what it is. It's bullshit, right? So, Janie, did you still want to come up here and talk? Because let's see now. So we got Belinda saying that Daniel said that the mom didn't hear nothing, right? No dog barking, nothing. Didn't hear the kids, right? Nothing. Then all of a sudden the storyline changes. And again, Daniel puts himself on an interview and says, I was freaking bolting ass through those woods within 30 seconds, right? That's probably not the math in that case, guys.
Don't forget the third one.
Don't, right. Go ahead, Ken.
Because the third one, he said that Janie heard Lily and Malaya as she was walking them out the driveway.
Right. Because I can hear that from my trailer, of course, too, probably, right? Because I'm sleeping.
Off a big Now, Lily screaming, I think you could hear that in New Glasgow, but
picture it, you guys. Picture shushing your kids that you want them to be quiet, but you want them to be quiet. You would be like, right? That's what your reaction would. If you don't want them to be noisy, you're not going to be, shh. Janie, can you hear me? Shh. No, of course you're going to be like, shh, guys, calm down. Like, right? That's what you're going to do. You're not going to be like, hold on. Got my freaking glass there to the door. Shh. Right. It's all a joke. It's a joke. It's a bunch of lies. So let's even go back to that part, right? So Janie, right? You unconsolable step-grandmother that you're not. You poor thing, you. Wait, what? 2 kids are missing? And you don't want people to go into your camper? That sounds normal, Janie. That sounds like an everyday occurrence, doesn't it, guys? Right? Who does that? Who does that? So but you're impeding an investigation, Janie. I know, but my rungs are in there. And I'm getting get my dog. Bullshit. Right? It's bullshit. And so 2 children are missing. And you're more concerned. My dog. Right? What would somebody typically say? You know what? Let me just go get my dog. Just give me a moment. Let me go get my dog. And then search it all you want. Because you know what? I got nothing to hide, right, Janie? Nothing to hide. But then on this part, I'm not sure, right? She states that the blanket, Haley did. Haley stated that it was day 1. But maybe she's confused too, because everything shows that it was day 2 that it was found, not day one. But I was listening to the scanner radio. I was listening to everything about that blanket. More people are saying day 2 than day 1. But in my head, I had the fact that Haley said day 1. Doesn't mean she's not confused, perhaps, on that day, and it was the second day. But
maybe that's when she took the piece of the blanket was day 1.
Maybe the place of the blanket weren't day 1. Maybe, right? Daniel.
Right? She would have had to have been on the property to get the piece of the blanket because the blanket was in the garbage, right?
Right.
So she took it on day 1 and then posted it in the tree on day 2. And Haley, if you're listening, you're more than welcome to come on and straighten us out.
Yeah. Come on, Haley. Come on and down, Haley.
We have some other questions for you, too.
Well, I was going to say, right? Like I said, let's make this about Jack and Lily, okay? Not about fighting with each other, about who's innocent, who's that. We can speculate and we can have our own thoughts, but we all know that what we want is we want truth bombs. We're tired of these lies. We're sick of it. So right then and there, I mean, how many times can we literally talk about this case and talk about the inconsistencies of the stories? So here again, so Daniel, he literally, these are his messages to Charmaine, okay? So before the interview, he says, I think, was this before the interview, Charmaine? Yeah, about the running through the woods stuff. I'd have to go look at the actual dates. Either way, they're inconsistent because
I think this was after.
Was it after that interview? The
one where very close. It was very, very close in time.
Yeah. Well, and at the end of the day, it still doesn't matter because he's lying. So again, how can he literally say? And then Darren, on the other hand, is like, now come on, Darren. I just want to say to Darren, you promised that this was about Jack and Lily, right? It's not about getting personally involved with the situation, that you gather intel regardless. But at what point, Darren, do you say to yourself, this really sounds ridiculous? This guy is making up, Daniel is making up excuses for all these different lies, for a blanket, for sweaters, and all, and that, that he looked like an idiot. No, he looks like an idiot because he's lying, because he is an idiot. Okay, let's call a spade on that one. But he's lying. He's lying about the phone. How many times can we sit here and talk about Daniel's lying? You believe him and say that, oh yeah, that the neighbor, yeah, we know that neighbor. Darren actually made it sound as if he personally knew the neighbor, right? And yet, bottom line is, again, we're going to come to that in a minute, but he says that Malaya was on the phone, words out of his own mouth, but right here out of his own texting, right? My mom was napping, hold on. He says, Malaya asked me when she noticed that the kids were gone, right? That should I call the police? He says, the fucking kids are gone. What else should you do? So that means that went out of the phone when you came running out. Wait, who was she on the phone to again? Daniel, right? Could you clear that up for us, Daniel? Could you just clear up your lies? That would be amazing. Considering, Jack and Lily, these two children, innocent children, and you're playing games with us, right, Daniel? So yeah, again, this is another thing with the one Belinda that she said, Daniel said that my mom didn't hear nothing, right? There was nothing that morning. Then all of a sudden this comes out. My mom was napping and came outside because she heard me yelling for the kids that morning. Malaya was playing on her phone, right? So it's not Janie just seeing Malaya. No, because Daniel came out, Jack, Lily. Malaya, of course, is, just a useless mother over there that, is picking her freaking nose or whatever. She's not doing hide nor shit because Daniel has portrayed that pretty much the entire messages about Malaya. And maybe she was lazy ass. Maybe she wasn't. Maybe she was. We don't know. We didn't live in their household to know, how controlling Daniel might have been or this or, but I think it's kind of clear 2 + 2, about controlling and jealousy, right? And for Daniel to make the statement about the old Daniel, well, it's not the sweet pumpkin pie Daniel, the person we're talking about. It's because there was change in the relationship. And now he's like, but you love me to do with this all by myself. And now I have to search for the kids because, I'm going to do it come hell or high water for the rest of my life. Now those sentences make sense because Daniel doesn't really know how to lie that well, but he thinks he does. So he makes stupid statements now that I think about it, where he's like,
I told you from the beginning that was a lie because, and we also heard it from Malaya.
He said it twice.
When Malaya sent the messages to whoever saying that he's not looking for my kids.
Yeah.
He hasn't done nothing or whatever. Was that the second or third time that she was talking, or the last time she was talking to Belinda, I guess?
Yeah. So it says, Mom came out, right, Janie? You came out, Janie. Was that before the shovel of the parting? Oh, no, that was the night before. Right. Malaya,
no, wait a minute. I got to get a dig in here. That's the excavator.
You're right. That's the excavator. It's not a shovel. It was an excavator that clearly rolled out, probably dug up a spot, left no trace when it left, of course, because an excavator always does that. That's loony. Excavator. Come on now. Anyways, Malaya had a look of worry in her eyes that Mom was home. No tears. She wasn't scared. The kids were gone. Just a look of worry. She got caught for something. Again. Okay. So anyways, just wanted to put that there. Now let's go back to this again. Oh, wait. Did I add to stage? I think I have to. Darn. Oh, no. Here it is. Add to stage.
For 6 days, crews tackled an exhaustive search. The children's mother took the baby to be with her family in another part of the province. Her mother told CBC News the RCMP told them not to speak with news reporters. The RCMP says it just advised everyone to be mindful of the information they share publicly. On May 7th, police scaled back the search.
The probability of survival is taken into consideration.
But search crews returned for 2 more weekends until the end of May, searching wells, mine shafts, and septic systems, even flying a drone beneath the home.
The 4-year-old is wearing some blue dinosaur boots.
Police say they found a boot print. And listen to this in the radio chatter.
Families brought us to a location there, not far away, that there's a piece of a blanket.
Police won't say anything about a blanket, but Martell says a piece of Lily's blanket was found near the boot print. He says both children may have undiagnosed autism.
For a lot of people, this story just sounds odd.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand that?
Yes, I do. And I see it every day online.
He's keenly aware the public suspects him, says the police did too at the start.
Of course. The stepfather was always a prime suspect right off the beginning.
Well, there's a true crimer right there coming out of the woodwork, because the stepfather is always the prime suspect. That sounds like somebody that watches true crime to make that comment. Actually, I think his comment at the very start about, people just, however he said it, didn't it come off weird? Remember when he's talking about people want to know answers, but I always said it was weird. Anyways, but yeah, of course it's weird, Daniel. It's weird because you guys are lying. That's why it's weird. That's the part. So I honestly, in my personal humble opinion, just my thing, I'm really starting to think that Daniel is one of those covert pathological liars, that he's just full of shit. And I think he's proven that he's full of shit just by all these inconsistencies. Again, you're messing with 2 children. Why would you do that? Why would you even entertain lying? But not once, not twice, but multiple times. And then by that same token, is it the drugs? hypothetically that is making you think that people are going into your home and taking out these pieces, and you happen to notice that all these pieces are missing, and then the clothes that Jack and Lily said that you guys said that they were wearing, that they're not wearing, and you can't say what they're wearing because nobody that ever sees Jack and Lily would ever want to know what clothes that they had on. But now it's secret, top secret, right? Okay. Now, don't forget, Jordan from Major Crimes Unit has basically, mind you, this is, from Darren, right? Obviously, but he said, Daniel, we think you did it. Yeah. I mean, is that why they gave you a phone? That they don't typically do, give you a phone. But there are a couple things I do want to say, like with this, and you guys, because this one's driving me crazy. RCMP. Cadaver dog use, because if no cadaver dog was ever used, honestly, you all deserve to be fired. All of them. They all deserve to be fired. If there was never a cadaver dog, Charmaine, let's go to your thoughts on that, because that pisses me off to no end if no cadaver dog was used in this case.
Absolutely. And I think that the excuse that there's only one in the entire province is just that, an excuse. And I mean, I can't think of a good reason, but keep in mind that we don't know for sure that there's been no cadaver dogs. Let's be fair.
We don't know. But if there hasn't been.
But we know as of, it was week 3 or 4, when the girl started doing the updates in the detachment in that one room. She stated again at that point, as it was on the 7th. On the 7th, they stated that no cadaver dogs have been used yet, but that could be a next step.
Right.
And one of the interviews that she did, she stated that they hadn't been used yet, but have they not used cadaver dogs because they have evidence leading to that? Because they only said they believed the kids would be non-alive if they were in the woods, because they don't believe they could survive 7 days in that atmosphere.
Right.
But if they had evidence leading them elsewhere that the kids could be alive, then they wouldn't bring in cadaver dogs until they had an area to search with cadaver dogs, thinking that they were going to find remains. So I don't think you can say they all need to be fired. Cadaver
dogs should have been used absolutely right away. Absolutely.
Yeah, right away.
That's how crimes work. And again, Ken, this is because it's your first. Trust me. You follow cases, cadaver dogs always brought in right away. Always brought in right away. Cadaver dogs. Why? Because again, they pick up the scent. If there's any sort of death around a vehicle, in a vehicle, that dog is going to hit on it. So
that's right. And if there's no death, they don't do dick all.
Why are you yelling?
They didn't know.
That's what I mean.
They couldn't find the kids, and they couldn't find a trace. They should have brought the cadaver dogs in to see. That's just how investigations work.
But we have been informed that cadaver dogs can get scents for God knows how long, and they must have something that is leading them to the fact either that, or there's got to be something that I would have faith that they would have something that would make them believe that they're not dead, and therefore why would they search with cadaver dogs? They had scent dogs, and they had the other dogs there, like live tracking dogs.
No, let's get real, okay? That's not how it works, Ken. I'm sorry, that's not. look at Sebastian Rogers' case, right? Child goes missing, Houdini out of there, right? Cadaver dogs, they were brought in right away. Why? Because they're looking for a scent. They're looking to see if there's a death scent. They're looking, right? So they would do that in this situation too. So they could have dropped the ball, perhaps. Maybe they, right? So
Well,
then,
I'm not saying they haven't, but I'm just saying that you can't say that they're dead and tell them an area to go search that they're going to find with cadaver.
it's about picking up a scent, though. Do you understand? Regardless, even if the cadaver dogs can't lead to where the.
But what I'm saying, by you stating that they bring in the cadaver dogs only, you're stating that they're dead. What if they have evidence that leads them that they know that they're not dead?
Right, getcha.
Nobody is saying only bring in the cadaver dogs. They had a scent dog there day one, but when they got nothing and they were searching the woods, they should have had cadaver dogs in. Kent, that's just. I mean, it's not even a point to debate whether they shouldn't or should have. They should have. That's just how it works.
Well, I said that from the start, but I also believe there has to be a reason, and it's not because there's only one, and it's not because of money. They have to have something that is leading them away from not needing cadaver dogs, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and it's honestly, that's not the case. That's just not the case. That's not how it works, Kent. Again, this is the experience of 5 years of following cases. That's not.
Hang on one second. Who is Mystic Firefly and what is going on?
Stop your bullshit. Yeah, wait, hold on here. I don't know what's going on. But Mystic, come on now. You get banned.
Maritime 506, you think I'm Durwood? Or no, you're saying I'm not Durwood. Who thinks I'm Durwood? We don't even sound alike, I don't think.
I mean, I can see where someone could say that a little bit. I could, just a little bit. Not really, but a little bit. Yeah. I'm sorry, you guys. I wanted to boot Mystic Firefly. I don't care. I'm not playing games. No one's going to come in here, disrespect Chelsea or whatever. I don't care. Right? I don't even care. Bottom line is Chelsea and Belinda are not going to get booted or muted or anything like that. So pick your battles wisely, people. Come on now. We're here for Jack and Lily and all that stuff. Right? Stupid chat going on in the side on like that. Sunny is saying, bring cadaver dogs to rule it out. Well, what bottom line is, and I can't, no offense, like I said, this is from being in true crime and knowing how the situations are handled. Cadaver dogs will be brought in within the first day or two to a site. Why? Because regardless, if they have no idea where these children are, whether they're alive or not, but if they have no information, like they don't, obviously, then they'll bring in cadaver dogs to see if there's any sort of death scent. Pardon?
We can't say they don't. They know a hell of a lot more than what we do. I just wish that we knew half of what they know. Because all we know is lies.
This is true. This is true. But when you follow a case like Delphi case, and you realize just how fucked up those law enforcement officers fucked up that case badly, and they are so blessed that they got a conviction of Richard Allen out of the case, you question all this stuff. So when you hear like, well, maybe we'll bring in cadaver dogs type of thing, it's like, what? So it's one of those things. I don't think that they have brought in a cadaver dog myself, because I think that Darren would have talked about some sort of cadaver dogs, like they brought them in, they didn't find anything here, nothing on the property to see, guys, nothing, but so I honestly don't think it is. And for me, any of the cases we follow, when a child goes missing or somebody goes missing, if it's such children, cadaver dogs come in, right? That's just the way it works. Now,
little mama, the only way that we know that they haven't is up to week 3 or week 4, when the RCMP that stated that no, we haven't yet, but it still could happen. What has it happened since? We don't know.
Let's just
But I would think, okay, Sonny, I agree with you. And if you go back to some of our conversations that first few days, I was saying the same thing. But in the case of a cadaver dog being brought in, like you say, Daniel and or Darren would have mentioned it. Where do you think that the first place would have been that they searched? The trailer, right?
The trailer, the cars,
yeah, the trailer
yeah,
would be the first thing that I think that they would look at.
Absolutely.
And like you say, we would have heard that either directly or indirectly from Daniel or Darren by now, if it had happened.
Yeah, exactly. So it makes you wonder, right? I mean, right, Ken, I get what your point is, but bottom line is that that's a natural thing to happen. So you're saying, well, maybe they didn't bring them in because they know that the children are possibly alive and that this is a cockamamie story, you know, because we always have to be fair still, regardless. I mean, granted, we can make fun of Daniel all day long with his lies, but Malaya lied too. And we don't know the truth of what happened to Jack and Lily. But the only thing that would make sense about them not bringing in cadaver dogs, right? Because it doesn't make sense. Either A, I got no reason actually for them.
What am No, I won't even say it because I don't want to make myself sound so stupid. I was going to say, what if Malaya told them that her side of the story and it's still going on? But no, that would never happen.
Right. Well, you know, I was going to say, I was looking back at Malaya's messages to Belinda. I don't know. It almost feels like she didn't say shit. That she's still lying herself. Because I was kind of looking back at those messages that she last sent Belinda, and that was only a couple weeks ago. And I was like, yeah, these messages aren't coming off like she spilled the beans or anything like that. It's kind of like, it's just a game. It's what it is. It's basically, you know,
well, she's enjoying her best life now that she doesn't have the responsibility of 3 children.
You know,
isn't that what Cheryl or Christine or one of them said?
Oh, well, I mean, I know that Haley made a comment like, well, what the heck, you know, you doing putting your kids in this situation? I'm not really sure if one of them, I'd have to go back and listen exactly. But yeah, I mean, to a lot of people, right? It's kind of like, again, we don't know the answer. So we just speculate, but we definitely know lying's going on. And again, it just boils down to is that 2 children, 2 innocent children are being fucked around with by the mother and the stepfather. And this isn't a game. This is so pathetic that I can't even believe the disgust that anyone would literally, that had the watch on the children, want to sit there and come out and try to bullshit us over 2 children that are missing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Users. Worse than that. But you know, like, I can't even contain my anger that I feel that anyone would put themselves ahead, including the family members that know something. Yeah, that's it. Just, you know, keep not talking. Great, thanks so much. So when it happens to their child, if something happens to their child, you honestly think they would want people to shut up that know something? So that's how I look at it. So it makes me angry that all these people are like, you know, don't use my name anonymously. How about we can just use the information and won't use your name? You know, but there's certain things that obviously would kind of give you away. But I can't believe that so many people are not talking, considering this is about 2 beautiful children. And honestly, again, you know what? May a lightning bolt zap you all in the ass for all those people that are holding back information. May it zap you like freaking 10 times over until your ass tells the truth, all of you. The people that have knowledge, right? But anyone that's still, I'd give you up.
If that was going to happen, it would have happened here Saturday night because we had one hell of a lightning storm.
Yeah, I heard you guys did. Okay, let me put this back up on this. No, why did I remove it?
For to take a polygraph test.
I was extremely nervous.
Extremely nervous.
Especially with the first question I asked you, did you kill Lily and Jack?
That was the first question they asked you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Check the,
When did you find out the result of your test?
Immediately right after.
What did they say to you?
You did a good job, you passed.
Hi, Kayla. How you doing?
The RCMP's Corporal Guillaume Tremblay is not an investigating officer, but he speaks for the force in Nova Scotia.
You know, it's quite rare that in my career I've never seen two missing children go at the same time.
Was anything found in any of these searches that was deemed to be of significance? Even if you can't tell me what it was, anything of significance?
Donnie?
So I can tell you that the investigation is
Yo.
ongoing and that we haven't
They want
found
you to
any
check your
evidence
PMs.
to show that there
I'm
was an
looking at
abduction
them.
of the children.
Messenger.
So you
Okay.
don't think they were abducted, but
Thank
you
you.
can't find them. How do two young children just vanish?
That's a great question, Kayla, and we are asking for the public for tips and information.
He says the force has received close to 500 tips, some that have taken them elsewhere in the country. But the only confirmed sighting of Jack and Lily was the day before they disappeared in Nova Scotia. Martell says the children were seen on camera with the whole family. Still, police are asking for trail camera footage in the area dating back 5 days. They say they're trying to establish a timeline in the lead up to the disappearance.
So when teams are tasked, they get a bearing.
Crews have searched around 8.5 square kilometers.
Coming up through all of this stuff.
Amy Hansen has been the search manager for most of that. She's taking us into the woods to show us what her team has been dealing with.
The vast majority of it was probably from Fiona.
Downed trees from post-tropical storm Fiona 3 years ago.
This is actually fairly mild compared to some of the areas.
Over a total of 10 days, they searched for 12,000 hours.
It's pretty much unheard of in this province. It's the biggest search I've been involved in.
And she's been at this 22 years.
Do you think those kids are in the woods?
From everything I've seen, yes.
Why can't you find them?
They're small, they'd be hiding. They would have crawled underneath something probably when they got tired. They could have gone further than what we searched. There's all kinds of scenarios, unfortunately.
And that's playing heavily on the mind of this woman, Lily and Jack's paternal grandmother.
Their smiles are just beautiful.
She hadn't seen the children in nearly 2 years, a relationship left complicated after her son, their biological father, chose to stay out of their lives. She says he has been questioned by police 3 times.
A couple of days ago, they had contact and they told him that they weren't looking his way anymore, that everything was fine.
She says she joined the search herself as soon as she heard Lily and Jack were missing. She doesn't believe the children are in the woods.
There's no reason for any child to wander deep into the woods. There's just not.
The brush is just too thick.
It is way too thick. Way too thick.
Tonight is about saying a prayer.
She attended a vigil in Pictou County marking 1 month since the children went missing and says she feels the support of the community and beyond.
Well, these are everybody's grandchildren. They're not just mine now.
As she clings to cherished keepsakes,
this is Lily's handprint.
She is pleading for any information that could provide answers.
There is nothing more pure and innocent than a 6 and a 4-year-old. And they deserve so much better than what they got.
She keeps her mind occupied spending time in the garden, surrounded by hummingbirds. Symbols of hope, though she admits now that so much time has passed, she doesn't have much hope the children will be found alive, and even worries the mystery of what happened to them may never be solved.
Dang. That stuff gets me every time. It's what we're fighting for is Lily and Jack. So why make a game out of it, Danielle, Janie, family members? Why is this turning into an absolute circus and a joke? Lies, because they're lies. Bunch of bullshit and lies. This one always gets me. You know, it was funny because at work today, this lady, I could hear a child in the background, and so I said, oh, because the person was like, "What's that?" So one of my things that my son always said was, "What's that? What's that? What's that?" So I started she was talking. I was like, "What's that? What's that?" And then she's like, yeah, it's just my daughter." And I said, "Oh, how many kids do you have?" And then she says 2. And I said, "How old are they?" And she said, 6 and 4. And all I could think about was Lily and Jack. 6 and 4, these precious babies. God, I'm angry. I really am. I'm angry that Belinda's been fighting and Janie makes a post like that today. You know, Janie, go fuck yourself. Seriously, go fuck yourself. Sorry about that. Not sorry. Not sorry at all. Literally tries to belittle Belinda out of all people. Tries to build herself up or her son or whatever. Anyways, it makes me angry. I get so angry when people play games. Daniel's playing a game. He's playing you people for fools by sitting there coming out going, "Oh, let me try to put this out there." He will not get up on anyone's live, you guys. Why? Because he's lying. And he knows he's lying. He's not here, you guys. Come on, let's make common sense out of this. Anyone that is telling the truth would be more than willing to go, "You know what? I did this. Yeah, I did say that, and correct." He ain't willing. His ass came into here to literally try to say stuff, right? Daniel, again, keep talking in Facebook groups, you moron. Because the more you say, the more lies I can catch. The more lies the police are catching, the RCMP. Why are you lying about Jack and Lily? Why? What are you truly hiding? Malaya, whatever you're doing over there to yourself, you done yourself no favors whatsoever. Bottom line is, you two were in charge of protecting Jack and Lily and, of course, Meadow. You two were in charge of that. They went missing on your dime, and you're making excuses about your damn timeline at 8 o'clock, 20 minutes. The phone call comes in at 9:48, and you're acting like you weren't even sleeping. La, 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 la. Oh, guess what, you guys? Don't forget, the Malaya side of the family is trying to set me up. And hey, if you find this and you find that, and hey, by the way, that neighbor's just trying to take heat off himself. Oh, and by the way, I lied about the phone call. I mean, I had to lie because, I'm so in love with Malaya, and I'm so pathetic as a person and a human being because I'm just a small man out here just trying to control her, and she doesn't seem to understand that's my way of showing that I love her and stuff. Like, gosh, shut up. Seriously.
Sonny, there's a lot of people asking what Janie said about Belinda because they come in late.
Oh, did they come in late? Oh, well, let me show them. Let me show them. All right, give me a second. I want everyone to see this because this is how despicable this lady is. I don't care. Darren wants to be pissed at me because I'm speaking my mind like he speaks his mind, then that's up to him. But you know what? Right, Darren? This fight's about Jack and Lily and answers. Okay? And when somebody has a whole bunch of horse shit behind them and you still believe in them, that's not about Jack and Lily anymore. That's about taking sides. That's about thinking that all these lies somehow miraculously means that Jack and Lily, that they're just innocent people. They can change their story. They can make up shit, but that's okay, right? That's okay. No, it's not okay because it's about Jack and Lily. It's not about Janie, Daniel, and Malaya. That truth will come out regardless. Now, so Janie says today, and Charmaine shared this in our chat, okay? Janie said, well, obviously great on point English here. Here's something for you guys to discuss. Tell me this. If Belinda, and she can't even spell her name right either, hasn't seen Jack and Lily in 2 to 2.5 years. Belinda never said that. Belinda said 19 months. 19 months. That's not 2 years there. So get your facts straight. Maybe you need to listen to your son and do your research a little bit before you start posting shit. Okay? Why all of a sudden is she then Now I haven't seen my grandbabies since this happened. There is a person called a lawyer and a place called a court. Ah, that's just so precious. Thank you. Because we're all idiots. You're so smart. And that's where I'm heading to see my grandbabies, right? So that's where she's heading to see her grandbabies. But yet, let's talk about that again, Charmaine, right? When she's sitting there saying stuff like this. And well, actually, go ahead, Charmaine. What did you say before? Because that was right on point. I actually loved it.
Well, I mean, if she wants to know why Belinda wasn't seeing Jack and Lily, according to Malia, it was because of her son. Her son didn't want to share the address or take the kids over there. And I believe, as the username said, that she was just pointing out that Belinda could have got a lawyer and went to court and this and that. Very true. And that's a side subject, but there's a time and a place to bring this stuff up. And this came out of left field. Nothing led up to this. No. She just jumped in the chat room, said this, jumped out, and kind of left this bomb for all of us to talk about. And I don't know if it's a diversion or if she was just pissed off and looking for something to, change the conversation or whatever it was. But I think it backfired because we're not sure why Belinda didn't get a lawyer or go to court over the last 2 years to see her grandbabies. Maybe she was respecting Malia's space. Her son had decided to step out. That's probably an awkward situation for a grandmother. I mean, all of that is irrelevant to Jack and Lily being missing, which is the purpose of the chat room that she commented in. And she had to know that that was going to blow up. And if she didn't, she was going to know.
Right. I don't even know what she was thinking when she posted this. Like, seriously. Like, so you're literally going to go attack the one person that's literally crying and tears flowing. And you're going to somehow try to justify your son's actions that Jack and Lily are missing underneath Malia and Daniel's watch. And you're going to come into a freaking chat room or a Facebook group and post this? How pathetic, how low of scum do you have to be to even think to do this while Jack and Lily are missing? Has Belinda ever sat there and said, blamed anything like this to Janie? So how low of a person, Janie? I mean, don't forget, Janie, Daniel brought Malia to a palace, took care of her in that palace, and all that stuff. And I'm sorry, no respect for Janie at all. I don't, honestly, Janie, whether you're telling the truth or not, don't even care about Janie Moore Bumpkin. Again, whatever stuff that you want to put out there and catch yourself in lies, if you're telling lies, go right ahead. But why do you guys keep hiding behind Darren to say your shit? Why don't you use your own mouth? Remember, it's 2 missing children because of your son, right? And Malia. Remember, it isn't righteous. It's just disgusting. I honestly... Seriously, what a great grandma you are. Great grandma. Well, and at the end of the day, right? Because your son is so perfect. I think he got perfect when he probably relapsed, perhaps. Maybe that's when he became perfect. Or was it the time that he was perfect when he maybe perhaps wasn't doing, allegedly? I don't know.
Maybe Janie was or is upset that Belinda told us about not wanting the RCMP to search her trailer, maybe because she came out and gave that, maybe that struck a nerve with her. But I mean, if there's a legitimate reason why she did that, then come on and tell us why you did that. You don't have to attack Belinda in some random way.
That's what she's doing. Go ahead, Ken. Sorry.
But she told us that 2 weeks ago. That would be no reason to come up with this comment today.
No. Right. And you know what? It's just ignorance on Janie's part. Again, if she want to make herself look bad, well, she perfectly did a good job at this. Daniel, you want to make yourself look bad by telling lies. Well, you're doing a perfectly good job at that. You're doing a perfectly good job. But you know what? Again, the focus is Jack and Lily. Why are you guys playing games, Janie? why would you even post a comment like this? What does this have to do with Jack and Lily, though? Right? According to your son, you weren't even awake at all. You didn't hear the children, right? That's according to your son, which is the truth. And what was in that pothole, Jeannie? Rugs?
Gravel.
Gravel? Hmm.
Anyways, folks, it's getting late here on the East Coast, so I'm going to bed.
Thanks, Ken.
And maybe the next time I'll have to prepare something that I can turn the camera on for a bit. So that everybody can see that I'm not there.
Yeah. Well, again, that's totally up to you if you ever do that. But nice having you there, Kent. Thank you so much.
See ya.
Take care.
Night, everybody.
Good night, John boy. All right. Do you need to get going too, Shimmy? Are you ready to go? Do you need to go have dinner? Okay. Okay. Let's see here. What else? So I'm going to take that down now, you guys, okay? But here, just make sure you guys get a nice screening of it. Share that around. Of course, if you haven't already, you know. What a horrible woman to do stuff like, to say that. What just a horrible. But whatever. It is what it is. You know what? We all know the truth. We know the person that's been fighting for Jack and Lily. And it's certainly not been Janie. Not been Janie. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. All right. Is there anything specifically you wanted to talk about, Shimmy?
No.
Okay.
Not specifically. I know that we've both been very busy, and there's no putting together any kind of a timeline of discrepancies. Hopefully soon. I went on. What was that channel I was on last night?
Hidden in the Fog.
Hidden in the Fog.
Oh yeah. So, go ahead, Sherman. Talk about that if you like.
No, I mean, we didn't talk about anything. They just had some questions about my conversation with Daniel, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, Sunny is going to do a live stream with Susan soon. She has some really great insight. She's a journalist, so I enjoyed talking to her. I'm not 100% sure who her guests were, Bonnie, and I'm super sorry who the other
Bonnie
one
and
is.
Clyde.
No.
But
very nice people, and they have a lot of information. This is the same channel that Haley and Logan called into, so I mean, it was good. And they invited me up when I was in their chat, and then I just answered some of their questions.
Yeah, and Charmaine, Charmaine? I think it comes up, it rolls around, but it's True Crime Podcast.
It's True Crime Story Pod, but I mean,
yeah, we get it.
All it is my my Apple and Spotify audio podcast gets uploaded into a YouTube format. We haven't done any live streams or anything like that. I've considered it, but I'm perfectly happy here being Sunny's sidekick for now.
I was going to say,
brains, but I'm good here.
Now, just quickly. Oh, I forgot. What did Ken say? Forgot to ask my question of everybody before I left. I would like it if anyone could find out where Malaya is at the moment. Trying to confirm some information. If anyone knows where she is. Okay. So yeah. So correct. We did hear some information, but we're not putting it out there because we don't know. It's nothing that can be confirmed besides it being said. So if anyone does know where Malaya is at the moment, besides at her mother's house, unless she's back at her mother's, but yeah.
I've heard, I don't even know if I want to say it, rumor on the street is that she is renting an apartment from the chief on that reserve. But again, rumor, unfounded, no receipts, but possibly.
Rumor has it. Doesn't that make you want to sing that song, that rumor song? Yeah. Okay.
To her mom's, and then I heard she went back to the reserve. And
She's living her best life, Charmaine. She's probably at the beach.
I kind of don't think so. I think she took a day and a selfie was taken, and in bad taste, absolutely. But living her best life, can't see it. Can't see it.
Nah, I can't see she's living her best life either. I think that there's a lot of whatever you want to call it, guilt. All I can say is, again, if there's any involvement in amongst those lies between Malay and Daniel, perhaps, right? You know what? Like I said, if your soul is, selling to the devil there and you don't want to be truthful, you have to live with that. We don't. You do. You have to live with that knowledge if there's any involvement on yours or Daniel's part to do with Jack and Lily. Well, we know that. I mean, they obviously out of your care, through that door, that are supervised children that are supervised all the time, those children. So that part's just a joke right there in essence of it all. Obviously, CPS was there for a reason a couple months before. Obviously, I think you can tell by that. I'm sorry. And people say don't judge it. I'm going to judge. That's a shithole place that's out there. Look at all the crap in the yard. You don't think those children could hurt themselves and all that freaking crap that's in the yard? Absolutely. That crackety old front and back place and stuff like that. I'm sorry. Belinda said it was just as bad on the inside as the out. And I believe it. I absolutely believe it. A whole different Malaya. Than what Belinda saw before when she was with Cody. Just a whole different Malaya, right? Who knows? We can't say if Malaya was doing drugs or wasn't doing drugs as well. We can't say that. We don't know. We can't say if Daniel's doing drugs right now or if he's not. We're just going by people's words, about this stuff again, because it's just stuff that family is putting out. Could be true, might not be true. Who knows? But he is caught up in his web of lies. That's for sure. That's fact right there. He's double talking and he's trying to use you guys as his speaking ground so that he can pop up just like Janie too now all of a sudden, but whatever, Janie, whatever. Daniel is the one and Malaya were the one in charge of Lily and Jack. Janie lives on the property, but I mean, if she's part of the lie, and then, like I said, something happens because of that. If she is lying, so be it, right? She'll pay her dues, type of thing. So, as for Daniel and that and stuff like that, why would you ever lie that many times and try to use the well, now I see it. I mean, obviously, you guys can't even be bothered to try to justify your lies at all. That I speak of Daniel because we don't really know with Janie what the truth is. We know that there's lies going on and she could absolutely be part of it, about, some 6:10 a.m. phone call that she saw Malaya outside playing with her phone. Wait, was that at the same time though? Right? Because it couldn't have been at the same time that Daniel came out there. They can't tell a story between 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock. There's no truth going on, right? What about this? I don't know. I don't not even get into that supposed argument the day before when they were, whatever they were at McDonald's or whatever the frick they were near the mall there. Who knows? Again, hypothetically, allegedly that there was supposedly, Malaya, they got into an argument over money or something like that. They got back. There was some supposedly, like I said, altercations going on. We don't know if that's true or not. But if I do believe one thing, I believe the neighbor now that we have hindsight, because anyone that even says that you're trying to take the heat, that we know him and he's trying to take the heat off himself, right? Okay, go smoke another one on that one. All I say is when you play with fire and you get burnt, like I said, you're talking about two babies here. That's the joke of all of this. Jack and Lily. Jack and Lily. We'll put them back up on stage.
He doesn't have much hope the children will be found alive, and even worries the mystery of what happened to them may never be solved.
Does Daniel see his other kids? Probably not. I don't know, like, if he's got access to them now or not, to be honest with you. I don't think that Meadows should be in either ones, considering there's lying going on. Time for bed. Good night, night. Night, night, and Nettie confetti. Okay. So, Shameen, like I said, I don't want to keep you if you want to get going here. Thanks, Corona. Because I do kind of want to grab my iPad and I want to go over Plunder's video at certain timestamps. I do want to do that. So, I just don't want to. What?
I will leave you to do that. You mean on a live? Like, because I don't really want to. I did something to my hip today. And
did you?
I felt really old and like I'm hobbling around like a really old person. So I kind of want to have a shower and stretch and get off this chair. So I had to work all day. That was the worst day ever.
Huh. It matched mine. Well, mine wasn't the worst day ever. It just started off with that the light flickered. My VPN, every time I went to go use my VPN, the internet turned off, and like not on my computer, but on my work computer, and then I was talking with a lady about to help her with her problem, and then I couldn't get to there because it was giving me a 403 error. So I had to deal with that again with the IT team. And then, and it just kind of rickrolled from there. I mean, it wasn't a horrible day, but it was just one of those days that when it rains, it pours a little bit, and then right at the end there, well, I'll be nice on that one. But anyways, so it was like, I ended up working, another 10 minutes later than I wanted to. But whatever, it is what it is, because I had to get ready for the live. And I was just exhausted. I was up. Belinda knows, Kent knows. I was up at like 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. I just kept waking up, and then I'd, just check around. I love nighttime sleuthing. I do. I love doing all that kind of work. And that's what I was working on. All the red flags of Daniel's. But it takes a lot of work because you have to keep going, okay, where did I see that again? Where did I hear that again? I was tempted to drop in that freaking Facebook chat. Girls, help me out here. Come on now. Find this for me. Find that for me. But I didn't. Because lots of times, I just end up doing it myself. Yeah. I could have probably asked, and I'm probably sure they could have helped me. But anyways, go ahead, Charmaine. Thank you so much for being here. You guys, let's get rid of Charmaine.
I don't really have anything. I don't really have anything that I can think of to add. I don't know. I don't know where Durwood is or was earlier today, but I would love to know. I would love to go and listen to what he had to say and whatever the creator had to say. That's the one thing I think that's.
Oh, did he go on another creator today?
Yeah, and I guess the creator blasted him and he was being ignorant. And I just I'd really like to see that and find out what happened, because I think that the true crime community has all, not intentionally, but all kind of gotten the picture all at once. Like, we're not buying it anymore. We're not giving you the airtime and the platform anymore to get this narrative out there. You've said your piece, and until somebody can go on and clarify these inconsistencies and discrepancies, I don't think there's a channel out there that's going to welcome all of this noise and nonsense anymore. I don't think, by the sounds of it, we're not the only ones. So if anybody knows what channel that was today, I would love to know.
Yeah, does somebody know? Was he talking on another channel? Oh, that's righteous, isn't it?
He was. Like, there was a few people that mentioned it today, that it was earlier today. Yeah. And Red Miller, I agree. Like, YouTube, and I've said this for 2 or 3 cases now, that the power that YouTube and social media has to get information out to the masses in a very short amount of time is mind-blowing. And if everybody just worked together and put all of our information together,
Darren was on Julie.
Oh my God.
And she gave it to him. You know what? Julie's a really feisty thing. She's one of those ones that she doesn't give a shit. She's a feisty person for sure. When I've seen her, like, I mean, I've watched her a few times on there, but she's kind of one of those ones that, yeah, like, it's kind of like, it's fun, even in Sebastian Rogers' case and stuff like that. But so this is so you guys, I'm just gonna say this, okay, because this is really the joke of it now, is that myself is included, right? I mean, honestly, how many times can stuff keep being added to this story at this point? All it like meaning from Darren telling it about Daniel and Jamie and stuff like that. At the end of the day, right? Again, we're not going to really believe any of it anymore because honestly, Darren is speaking for Daniel and Janie. They can speak. They have voices for themselves, right? And again, like I think Janie said, was that gave Darren shit. He said because he was saying things and twisting things up and whatever. At the end of the day, they're looking for any platform that they can, of course, speak off. Daniel included, right? Now, Daniel would probably be, if we didn't tear a strip out of his ass and down, he'd probably be beaking off in here too, trying to justify himself. Okay? Using for a platform. Okay? That's what Daniel especially, I mean, Darren is obviously too, if he's sitting there going, I ain't talking to you no more, Sonny. You know, but you know what, Darren, you got to bring yourself an ass in check, really, because this is about Jack and Lily. That's what we said. That's what we talked about, right? I mean, so don't get me wrong, because I have all of our recorded messages, right? And so all that stuff, right, that you're putting out there. So just remember that I still have all of our recorded messages about what you're saying. So don't start slinging dirt my way, my friend. Okay? This is about Jack and Lily. What are you laughing at?
I'm just laughing at you. I just love you. Just don't forget, I have a recording of every fucking word you've ever said to me.
I do.
So be nice.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I think that's
well, my thing is this: don't start slinging shit at me because, you know, like I said, I'm smart. I know to record everything, and I promise that I don't sit there and throw somebody underneath a bus. But don't think that I'm stupid and I don't record every conversation that we've had for every word we had, because I do. Right? I've learned my lesson with that stuff. Sometimes it's partly because of the memory goes. And when somebody talks to me for an hour, it's really hard to remember every droplet that they say. So that's a good reason why I do that, because people, right? And in Darren's case, right? I mean, obviously he does talk a lot. So do I. But I mean, damn. I mean, I can't remember everything. So I do record on there. So, but again, I also don't throw people underneath the bus. But if they do me wrong, wow, cat could come out of the bag. Just saying, they could if I get pushed, right? So stuff like that. Because like I said, so don't sit there and try to sludge me and stuff like that, you know, because I'll put out everything that I have that you've said if you do. I'm just warning you. Okay, I don't play these games. It's about Jack and Lily. And so if he wants to sit there and forget the focus of Jack and Lily, right? But anyways, bottom line is, I still want to go back to this. Darren's trying to use every platform, right? And, you know, he pissed off Dolly, or Dolly got pissed off at Dolly and clutched some pearls. Now he's pissed off at me. So he's going to try to bounce around, okay? I mean, he has every right to do so. And obviously creators have every right to put and use his stuff or whatever. I just feel like personally, there's been a lot of stuff said, and I'm sick and tired of the bullshit now. If I want to hear a voice, I want to hear Janie's voice. I want to hear Daniel's voice. I don't want to hear some third-party information anymore. I'm sick of it. They have a voice to use. Let them use it, right? And so Daniel, he's using the lives and whatever, and he's being stupid because he thinks that we're bumpkins, that we're idiots. Like, he's trying to sell us out. And a telltale sign here, besides his lies that we already caught him on, the telltale sign is that he will not go on anyone's live at all. Oh, plot twist. Am I using reverse psychology on you, Daniel? So, but the thing is that he's not trying to clear up anything at all. So what does that tell you? I'm talking about realistically, logically. When people do stuff and they lie, or they don't want to face, this type of interview style, where we ask questions, we dig hard, and you're not trying to offend them. You just say, well, you said this, so can you tell me why you lied then, right? But he won't do that. So that's the telltale sign that he knows he's lying. He's trying to bullshit us. He's trying to use those, and it's backfiring against him. So whatever. Malaya, well, I mean, her actions alone are backfiring regardless of what the truth is out there. People are going to read into exactly why she's not speaking up and this and that. Daniel's out there just, freaking, yeah, he needs soap in his freaking mouth. Janie, get your butt over to your kid over there and start sticking some soap in your mouth. You're old school, right, Janie? Tell your son to start telling the truth. Actually, go ahead, you guys all start telling the truth. Anyway, don't want to keep you. Getting Daniel on your collab with Dolly would be the ultimate stream. Which reminds me, Dolly, are you watching this? Because I sent you an email, Dolly. Dolly. Answer me back. Yeah, I think it would be a fun live with Dolly. Just shooting the shit about the case and Sebastian's case and whatever. And I still need to remind Dolly that this was the channel that covered Sebastian's first. Just saying, Dolly. Please send me your flyers. That's to Vanessa. Vanessa, thank you so much again for caring about Jack and Lily and doing that. Dolly said he would do a live with. Yeah, I know. Well, I asked him, Mark. I sent him an email. Okay, so if Dolly's up and I get an email from Dolly, hopefully we can do one tomorrow. That's why I'm not making any plans for tomorrow, in case I get an email back saying let's do it. Let's go. Yeah, right. It would be a good live. Me and Dolly follow the Sebastian Rogers case, and it would be Charmaine as well. We follow the Sebastian Rogers case and follow this case here. So it would be a great live and a little bit more chillaxed, Again, we don't ever take away from the victims. It's always about the victims first and foremost. But during that, Dolly has a different style. Well, it's a style that I do like. I get good laughter out of it, not going to lie. But again, I'm not the one hurting every day with a big hole in my heart. Belinda is, and the family members are that care about Jack and Lily and want them to stop lying and tell the truth. Yeah, well, we'll see. I'll just wait to see if Dolly answers me back. See how that goes. Let me just take a look at my email. Charmaine, you can go fix your hip and go. I'm just gonna ramble right now.
Okay, guys. Good night. Thanks for having me, Sunny. Talk to you later.
Love you. Thank you.
Where's my
thank you, guys. Yeah,
Bye.
thank you. Okay. Oh my goodness, they finally both left me. Oh, now we can just talk together. No, just kidding. I always appreciate having other perspectives on the chat and stuff and friends. And I need to talk with Crime Confidential, Crime Courtroom Confidential, which is Bev. She's the one that, of course, I played the other night. I know she's from England. I know some of you guys might have a little hard time understanding her, but she's a really amazing lady, and she has some really great thoughts. Again, on Saturday, I told my niece, I say, you better keep your promise to me, because Auntie's going to give her $50 if she keeps her promise on there. I love my niece. She's been going through a long time of drug issues and stuff like that. Just a beautiful child, beautiful heart. But, that's why it won't shock me if Daniel, was clean for a bit and then, went off the trail there and did it again. Okay, hold on a second here. Oh, you know what? You know what I'm going to do, just because I need a little bit of a break just for a moment myself. And I know I always lose people whenever I play any sort of video that's a tribute one and stuff like that. As long as when you leave me that you left your DNA on the like and the share button, please do that for Jack and Lily. Let's see what we're at, you guys. And you guys, I want to thank you guys again. I can't say this enough. We're at 362 likes. Oh, I know. We're at 362 likes. Can we get to 400, you guys? But I really do want to say, You guys make my heart melt by the community that is supporting this channel for Jack and Lily, and that people that come here know that we're not about, drama and bullshit and stuff like that, that we truly care about the missing and the murdered, and nobody will ever take the place of that over the missing and the murdered. It's that simple. But I also wanted to say, and maybe you guys can help out here if you're not, I'm literally, this channel is 16,992 subscribers. I need 8 more subscribers to get to 17K. Now, again, the purpose that I do love watching the channel grow, and thanks to you Canadians, that being a Canadian myself and knowing full well that we've only covered a few true crime cases that are on Canada. I think maybe five or six we've talked about with the true crime cases. But anyways, and that's because Charmaine was always doing like the True Crime Canada stuff. And so at the time, we were doing True Crime Canada on Saturdays, but sometimes Saturdays are hard, right? It's the only day that I really get to spend with my husband, and then of course it was around Christmas time and stuff like that. But it really does. I just want to say this to you guys. I mean, thank you guys for caring about this case, supporting this channel, sticking up for this channel when you see people trying to slag it and taking away from us and stuff like that. So I really do want to say that to you guys. I know you guys, some people have put out donations, stuff like that, and support. Whichever way you wish to support this channel, just know it's truly appreciated. And I know that Belinda appreciates the channel, for just trying to bring awareness for Jack and Lily. And that at the end of the day, Daniel and Malay are just noise. Janie's noise. Darren's noise, right? That's just fluff behind what we know that that something truly happened to Jack and Lily. You guys, it's been 2 months and 7 days since Lily and Jack went missing. Oh, shoot. By the way, happy birthday, brother. I'm sorry. Happy birthday to my brother. Happy birthday. Remember I told you guys, me and my twin, we turned 56. My brother today turned 57. So for 6 days, we were all the same age. And then on Friday is mine and my husband's 10-year anniversary for that. And then I have my niece, Haley. Her birthday is July 15th. Let's see here. Who's that troll? I'm still watching what you say. Kent, go to bed. You said you were going to bed. Yeah. I said you were going to bed, Kent. Again, just appreciate everyone. Vanessa, thank you so much for making those flyers for Jack and Lily. Knowing that is the purpose, right? Whether you buy something from the fundraiser, site or not, I'm going to love it when I'm a keychain person. So if I can, I'm not sure that decal, how big or small it is, but that decal, my husband definitely won't let it go on our vehicle. But if I can fit it on a mug, I'll do that. Cause I have a, what do they call it? A silhouette machine. So I can do all that stuff too, like decals and stuff like that. So I just hope that maybe that thing's not as kind of big as it looks. And maybe it's something I can put on one of my glasses, the J&L decal. That's what I'm kind of hoping for. If not, I'll find a space for it regardless. But keychains, I got my bracelets coming. This case means a lot. And I want it to be absolutely always a memory. And just like Abby and Libby in the floor 4, when Kristen sent us those bracelets for that. God, you got me. But yeah, so just whatever you guys are doing, thank you for being Lily and Jack's army, because they need one. They don't need to hear the bullshit of what Daniel and Malaya are doing or saying. They need answers. The family needs answers. The family that, obviously cares about Jack and Lily. Please, you guys, speak up. Come speak up. If there's any family members at all that watch this and you guys just want to realize that, look, you know what, this is about Jack and Lily, and I'm tired of being quiet, then please email email at crimingshame@gmail.com. I know. At criming. timing shame at gmail.com. So I'll put that out there. Oh, thank you to my brother. Yeah. Yeah, he's probably playing pool. But I wouldn't doubt. Or maybe he went out. Who knows? I have Ashley's monies from my brother. So I say you guys are having a little private conversation there amongst yourself that I don't see. My youngest recently did a 10-page paper on that and the effects of that have spilled over since. So I'm revisiting it all in proofreading. Just taking a quick break. Okay, so I got the bracelets, keychain, and stickers too, Sunny. Oh, did you? Perfect. Yeah. Again, let's just never forget the importance of being here. Now, let me take a look if anyone subscribed when I asked. Let's see. Trying to get to 17. No, nobody subscribed. Is everybody subscribed that's watching me right now out of all 393 of you? All of you? I'll get there. Don't worry about it. But it's because of you guys, okay, that this channel can bring more awareness to cases and do it with integrity and dignity and care and love. That's for the missing and the murdered. So let me just go ahead, you guys, just for a minute. Thank you so much, Chris. I appreciate that. That's nice. Well, again, I think that when people have brain cells, they can tell the difference between people trying to ride a case or cases that truly have meaning because you love and care about people. Yeah. Again, I've spent almost 40 years in customer service and hospitality, right? Haley Fernandez. I think you spelled her name wrong. Your niece. Wait, Kent, what are you talking about? Kent, what are you talking about? Only because he's talking about Haley, but I just was curious who Kent's talking. Russell Wheeler. Sad to say nobody knows anything past the driveway. That's right, actually, Russell. We don't know anything past the driveway. It's sad. I think it's really sad that a timeline you have to literally try to drag the teeth out of people to talk about the timeline properly. It's because it's lies. It's lies. And there's no reason for it. But it's selfish lies. It's trying to protect your own ass. That's what kind of lies they are. You know, maybe Daniel was wearing the diaper perhaps that day because he's trying to protect his own ass. Maybe he was wearing the pull-up. I'm not sure what Kent's talking about there. Quit hiding, Janie. Explain what you know. No. Janie's gonna hide. But let's see. We want Janie to we want her to do that interview. Because then, like everything else, those are her words. Her words. We want Jeannie. And if there's some truth to this, and I'm sorry, but I'm still going to call bullshit on all this. Because Daniel already told Belinda that Jeannie didn't hear anything and there was no dog, like nothing. Right? That story changed because of Daniel. And so that could make you look at it, obviously the sinister way, like, who's doing the cover up there? Are you protecting your son? Because he is your son. Is there a cover up going on? What was that 6 o'clock phone call from brother? What was that? You have every opportunity, Janie, Daniel, to go on somebody's live, speak your truth, or you can hide behind an interview because they're going to be pussyfooting around you and your stuff. Yeah, they're not going to ask you the hardball questions that people want to know. And if you got nothing to hide, right, you have no problem answering those questions. That's the bottom line of it. Okay. We weren't born yesterday. You know, we didn't fall out of the VJ, you know, and bounced on our heads. Apparently you think we did. Okay. Nothing past the driveway. Absolutely. Okay. So let me play the video of the awareness video that I made. And that's, of course, with Rushnell McDonald's song that she wrote for Janie, Lily and Jack. Okay. But I'm just going to grab what I need. I just need to grab a couple things here. I might even eat a fruit snack. Daring, I know. Venturous, I gotcha. So I need to hit video, I suppose. So bear with me, guys. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. Yeah, Ferdinand is the name, Kent, not Fernandez. That's correct. Ferdinand. Haley? Yeah. Oh, a different Haley. Yeah, different Haley. My niece, I have a niece named Haley. Gotcha. Should be this one. Okay. Sunny from It's a Crime and Shame. And someone had sent me this beautiful song called Come Home, Jack and Lily. And I wanted to do Belinda, and I wanted to do Alana King, and all you guys out there. This beautiful little video to attach to it. Thank you so much for the person who wrote the poem. Thank you for fighting for Jack and Lily's army. Please hit the like and the share. Thank you so much.
In the quiet dawn of a May morning, two little hearts went out to play. Lily's laughter, Jack's small footsteps vanished with the breaking day. Come home, Jack and Lily, we're praying for your steer. The woods are deep and silent, but our love will draw you near. Through forest paths and endless trees, searchers called your names aloud. Hope flickered in the morning breeze as prayers rose up to the clouds. Come home, Jack and Lily, we're praying for your steer. The woods are deep and silent, but our love will draw you near. The sun sets over Pictou County. Stars shine with gentle grace. The community holds a vigil, longing for your embrace. Come home, Jack and Lily, we're praying for your steer. The woods are deep and silent, but our love will draw you near.
Right, second there. I'll put that on, put that back. Get my media. Put that back. Felt naked there. Okay, thank you guys for again watching that. Bring awareness to Lily and Jack. Someone's feeling sore. Okay, let's take a look. Charmaine's sending me a couple messages here. Let's take a, you know what? Let's take a look. Sponsored by Janie. So thank you, Janie. So let's just see here. Let me get the other one. Oh, this one. Let's see here. Oh, yeah. Okay, well, let's just take a look. You guys, I'm not going to edit this. I'm just going to show it. So if your name's on it, love, love, love. You guys are doing it for Lily and Jack. Okay, so let's bring up number 2. Okay, is it this one here? Or do I gotta take this one off? Remove. I'm just going to remove a couple things here. In my cell space. Before I take this down, I'll add it one more time. Thank you for Vanessa for printing all these off, for loving and supporting Jack and Lily. Thank you again to everyone else that just truly cares about this case and wants to do something special in their own way. Hitting the like and share is an easy way to, of course, bring awareness to Jack and Lily and answers, right? Again, we're Jack and Lily's army, and we're not going to stop. It is a beautiful song. It is a beautiful song. That's by Rushnell McDonald. Again, beautiful song for Jack and Lily, and I wanted to do something special with it. I think it was a beautiful song, you know, for Belinda and the awareness and all that. Hi, Kelly. How are you? Prayers to Lily and Jack. Absolutely. Okay, let me just grab a couple of these screenshots. All right. You know, Janie, you know what, Janie, keep talking. Keep talking. Keep talking. Just keep talking. Go ahead. Image file. Let me just grab these. Wait. Should I show other people's names? Give me a sec, guys. Let me bring them up into Canva. Don't really want to put some people's names out there, even though they might not care whatsoever. Let me just take out. Well, yeah. You know what? Screw it. Whatever. Screw it. Image file. Okay, well, look at this one first. So you can talk shit all you want about me. Go ahead. Boo, 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 hoo. Nice pictures of Jack and Lily there. And so Janie down here says, because when all this is over, a lot of you guys are going to feel like shit. You should be telling yourself, wait, hold on, Janie, hold on. I have an image that I want to share with Janie. Janie. Look what's on your profile. Isn't this righteous? If you didn't hear it from the horse's mouth, meaning yourself, Janie, then stop listening to the ass who told you it. So you mean, so when Darren was speaking about your stuff, right? Because you are a wussy and can't bring your ass up to talk about it or say it, but you want to hide behind a Facebook thing. But go ahead, Janie. So if you didn't hear it from the horse's mouth, or is that Daniel? You talking about Daniel? Or are you talking about Darren? When you say stop listening to the ass who told you, Daniel or Darren? Which of the two? Because that's pretty righteous that you actually put that up there. So if we didn't hear from Janie, you guys, just know it came from the ass that was telling it. Isn't that just hilarious, to be honest? And then she has the nerve. Oh, I guess I mean, I guess she could be talking about Meadow when she says grandkids on this one, but whatever. Anyway, so Janie, I think that's pretty priceless on there. Janie, give it up. Okay, no, you guys. But hold on, poor Janie. Let me show this other one. Poor Janie. Poor you over there. You must be suffering worse than Belinda. I don't even know how we didn't all see that. I love you. Right? I don't even know how we say it. Image file. No. Thank you, Charmaine. Thank you for just showing how ridiculous these people are. Okay. Hey, Cindy's in there. Hey, Cindy. Janie. What you guys don't realize. Okay, you guys stop and pause a moment. Forget about Jack and Lily for a moment because we need to focus on Janie. Janie needs our love and attention. And I feel that we should just stop talking right this moment about anything to do with Jack and Lily because remember, because they're not important at this moment. But let's talk about Janie. Janie, this is what Janie's saying, what you guys don't realize is I lost everything. What more do I have to lose? I don't know, your dignity, your respect. I don't know. I don't know, Janie. What more do you have to lose? The trailer? You know, that trailer that you lived in for 24 years, that dilapidated, home? I don't know. What more? I don't think you can lose that. I mean, didn't your Earl give that to you? All that stuff, right? So I don't know what more you have to lose, Danny. But I think everyone, if you guys could just take a moment out of your time to forget about Jack and Lily and let's focus on Janie. Oh, what else did she say? Janie says, let's see, did she say something else actually? No. At least not on this one. But you go ahead, Janie. What more? You have, like I said, your dignity, your respect, humiliation. I don't know. I think you got a lot to do. I can't feel sorry for you anymore, Janie. Sorry. Can't feel sorry for you. You're making it about yourself, just like your son. I wonder where he gets that from. Like, seriously, I wonder where these self-absorbed people keep getting this from, that somehow it's about them. Right, Daniel? Daniel, come on now. Daniel, if you could just go run in the water again and, maybe for a third time, you can tell us how much you almost died. How about the running faster than the helicopter situation going on here? Tweak. I can just picture Daniel out there like freaking maniac Tarzan running through the woods. Oh, wait, they're not out here because I planted the stuff myself. Duh. Hypothetically, allegedly. What group is this? Oh, this is the general chat missing Jack and Lily Sullivan one on there. It's a open one, like a public one. So we went. So I don't know, you guys. Have we given Janie enough of our time? Do you feel that she needs more? Janie, do you need therapy? I can offer some pretty good therapy from this end of the stick. If you just want to come sit your ass right beside me, Janie, we can talk all about it. You know what? While you're at it, Janie, you just ask your son to come on here too, and we can clear this all up just like that. We can do that, right? Well, I'm pretty sure that Janie could shovel shit that deep. I feel like she could on there. I don't know that this is Alana's. I don't know. I don't know. All I know is these stupid little bing bongs go off on my iPad. But so I don't really know. I think it's an open one. I don't know. There's 3 chats that go off on my thing. But this is a general one. Native girl. Anyway, I think Jenny's had enough of our time. But Janie, just know you don't have to hide behind Facebook groups because I'm pretty sure that your son's told enough lies that none of us are going to feel like shit. Because, at the end of the day, it's speculation, Janie. We don't know what happened past the end of the driveway. We're just speculating. Your son's the one that's lying about things, and that's clear as day. So you go tell your son that, that you brought him up to be a better person than that. How about that, Janie? Let's make it about, I don't know, Jack and Lily. 2 missing children. The ones that you didn't want the police to look in your trailer? I feel like I want to watch a version of like Trailer Park, Trailer Park Boys or something like that all of a sudden, I suppose Bubbles probably lives on that land too, Bubbles would probably tell the truth though. Oh, check messenger. Urgent, check messenger. Gotta check my messenger. Okay, let's see. Let's see here. This one, you guys, I'll just say it. Janie says, see, this is why I don't say things in here. Because you guys don't read. Actually, I'm going to show it just for the sake of it now. All right, fine. You guys are forcing me to show these messages. I don't like that. I don't like drama and gossip. Let's say you weren't. All right, Janie. 1 second, guys. Fine. Somebody gonna sub up if I show this one? Anybody? Let's take a look. You guys! I'm at 16,991 subs. Come on now. Bring it over the top. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, guys. Want me to show the next message? Come on, come on, come on. A little bribery goes a long way sometimes. Come on. Who's that person that's going to be the 17,000 person and nobody unsubscribe? I'm going to screenshot it. So come on now. Let me hit refresh. One person. Let's go. One person. Come on. One person, guys. Let's go. Just one person needs to subscribe. Let's go. Come on. Chop, chop. Come on. Somebody out there that's watching right now that's not even subscribed. Aha. Somebody did it. Who wants to claim to be the 17th one? Huh? Who wants to do it? Mm-hmm. Who wants to be the person to say, I was your 17,000 subscriber? You guys are awesome. Janie's about to lose. I got to show you that screen picture first, you guys. Because, again, if it wasn't for you guys, this channel has grown about 3,000 subscribers. Maybe even more. Let's say 3,500 in the last, 2 months since we've been covering this case, right? I appreciate it all. It brings more awareness. That's all I ever want to do, right? I'm not here to ride no choo-choo train. I mean, if the choo-choo train takes me somewhere eventually, then so be it. Janie's got a gun. Yeah, Janie's got a gun. The song has just begun. I don't want to make you guys disappear on me, so I better stop singing right there. Cancel. Hold on. Gotta get my screenshot. Gotta get that one. Here you guys go. Who wants to claim the 17,000? I mean, you guys can feel free to hook me up more. Go on. Go on. Message it. Yeah, Mark. Chill. Mark, what's more important? Saying thank you to all of you guys right now or the messages about Janie? Let's get real. Thank you guys. Appreciate that very much. And even if you undo it, even if you undo the subscription, I still got my screenshot. That's what matters. Okay. Just saying. Thanks, Rosebuds. Okay. Fine. You want to see the next message? Janie, you know it's going to be on It's a Crime and Shame. That's why you know it. You know I'm going to post it, right? Actually, I didn't post all the other crap you said, to be honest with you, Janie. I couldn't be asked. Okay. Image file. Next. Okay, so it's going to be this one next. Wait. What is this one? What does that one say? Janie, oh, this is where Janie says. So Claire says, Janie, have you done a polygraph? No, you don't know how to answer, Janie. That's the problem. That's the big issue here, is that We just want you to answer the questions. Single file now. But Janie says, see, this is why I don't say things in here, because you guys don't read. You guys aren't reading what I'm saying. I'm only answering certain questions, you guys. I'm only giving you certain pieces of information, but you guys aren't supporting me in that. Janie. I feel like that's Marsha. I got your podcast name, one I didn't like, got a while, and just recently found. Oh, not that one. Oh, okay. All right, Lisa L. We got a Lisa S in the house too. Love that song. I know Janie's got it again. I know that. I found you through a tarot reader. Well, thank you. Welcome. Well, okay, hold on. Let me just hit the refresh. Did we go beyond 17 or are we still sitting at 17? 1704. Thank you guys. Appreciate that. Now, what else? We got one more, unless Charmaine sent me more. Looks like Janie. You pouting over there, Janie? Come on now. Janie, come sit up on my lap. I'll put you on one side and Daniel on the other side. You guys come sit on my lap. We'll talk. Okay, let's get it all out. Okay, any sort of truth busters you want to commit to, we'll get it all out, Janie. Don't you worry about that. You're a stand-up woman, aren't you, Janie? You'll fight for those grandchildren, those step-grandchildren, the ones that you love so much. That have you been using your Facebook, Janie, to talk about Jack and Lily? Have you been putting the awareness out there about them? Or do you know truth? Maybe you know what happened to Jack and Lily, Janie. Maybe that's not why you're using your Facebook or doing anything, right? Right? You can only go to the well so many times, Janie, then nobody wants to listen, really. You know, because it's all going to come out in the muck anyway. Truth and justice. Jamie's got a son. He's a lying son of a gun. Dad, what would you do? Okay, Sonny, be good. Be good. Sometimes I can have fun, okay? Sometimes I can. Let's see. Remove. Let's pull up another one. Sorry about not sitting there cropping and all that stuff. Kind of don't care, don't care. Not caring. I think there's one more. Come on, Janie, come up here. You can just let it all out of your voice. You don't got to waste those little fingers of yours, typing away, when you can come right up here and tell me all about it. But wait, you've been avoiding me and Daniel as well for since day one, Good old time. Yeah. Let's take the food. Let's see. Yeah, okay, hold on. I got to post another one, don't I? Remove. Okay, let's see. What do we got? Image. Should be one more. Jenny. That's a good one. That's right. You guys, we're going to make a song out of this. We're going to take it to AI. Making freaking a hit. #1 Canadian hit song out of this all, eh? Okay. See? Janie's got a gun. She lies for her son. Janie's on the run. They are hiding from everyone. And they're not really hiding, actually, to be honest with you. Well, they're hiding, yes. You're right. Technically, they're hiding because they're hiding behind a Facebook group and different things. I'm looking forward to go see what Julie, you know what? We got to play that, actually. We're going to have to play that. Okay, so this one says, what does Janie say here? Let's just say, you guys, that I was Jack and Lily's step-grandmother for 2 years. Why wasn't that Belinda's job? Oh, really? She's going for the cutthroat on Belinda tonight, isn't she? Isn't that Sunny? Are you going on Dolly tonight? No. I've sent an email to Dolly to ask him if he wants to do a live tomorrow. So it's just really about me hearing back, and we'll see. But of course I want to. I want me and Charmaine to go up on Dolly over there. Wait, but did she ever get married? Is it again? Janie. So, Janie, you're not a strong woman if you have to sit there and keep trying to attack Belinda. Come on now. That's so pathetic that you have to really stoop this low. Do you realize that the community is going to get tired of your crap too? Just like Daniel's and Darren's on this stuff, right? It gets old. It gets old. Now, don't get me wrong, you guys. Again, I do appreciate all the talking that Daniel has done, that Darren has done, that Logan and Haley and all that stuff. I appreciate it. But after a while, the lies get old. And because Darren is speaking for Daniel and Janie, I mean, he's digging himself into a corner on this one about Jack and Lily. So he's going to be taking a brunt of a lot of, being targeted again because of all of this. And hey, I mean, he's a big boy. He knows what he's doing. At the end of the day, I'm still 100% focused on the truth. Jack and Lily. Not Malaya's side, not Daniel's side, Jack and Lily's side. That's it. But Janie says, let's just say that I was Jack and Lily's step-grandmother. No, you're not. You're not their stepmother. Let's get over that. You're not their stepmother. I can't even see you being a great-grandmother, to be honest with you, Janie. I can't see you being this doting grandmother that deserves a Nobel Prize. But okay, Janie. But why wasn't that Belinda's job? Because your son was controlling Malaya, hypothetically, allegedly, possibly, right? I mean, you can clearly see Malaya's text messages about your controlling son. So you're making yourself look stupid, Janie. I mean, just a warning of advice from one mother to another, You look like a moron, okay? You're looking like a moron right now. Looking like an idiot. Just going to say that. Janie said, isn't it? It's ridiculous. Right now, I'm just poking fun, obviously. Yeah, I'm going to make some potholes and poke some fun, right? But again, when people are lying, this is what they do. This is what they do. Daniel's dad lives down the road. You guys seen that on the screenshot, right? Okay, we'll take that down. Share window. Okay. I already showed you guys this, but okay. Earl Martell, but he hasn't spoken out. In fact, the only thing we hear about Earl Martell, now, Earl Martell did get pissed off at a TikToker. Don't get me wrong. There was a TikToker, and, rightly so. I get it. You're from a little community, and these people are coming along now, and, but Earl hasn't said anything. In fact, we keep hearing how Daniel doesn't even talk to his dad, according to his own relatives, right? And so Daniel doesn't even really talk to his dad unless he's using him for money or something in needs. Remember? Okay. So, but anyways, so Earl, it was his land, right? So Janie got that, camper, which is probably in the prime of 25 years ago. That thing was freaking a beaut. I bet you any money. Okay. But anyway, she said that she's lived in there for 24 years. I think she might have moved in there when Daniel and Malaya moved into the palace. Yeah. When they moved into the palace, Janie's like, you know what? That's it. I'm hightailing it to that trailer right there. You guys can have this little love shack right here on there. But Daniel gave her everything. Everything. Who knows? Who knows where the truth lies with Malaya and Daniel and that stuff? All we know, 100% fact, is that lying is going on. That's what we do know. So that means anyone who's lying is hiding the truth. That's the bottom line of it. But Janie, why doesn't anyone listen to you? I don't know, Janie. Come up here, Janie. Come on now. I'll give you a space. I'll give you a lot of space. Go ahead, Janie. Tell the truth. Or keep embarrassing yourself. What? Shemaine? You have more? What? Shemaine? I see Shemaine calling my name. What beautiful? What beautiful? Yeah. I just want Ginny to know that she has a platform that will be there for her. Trust me. No, we'll take it easy on her. She can just say her piece, right? Yeah. How do you lie when two kids are involved? How do you lie watching this? Right? How do you watch this? How do you watch this, Janie, and feel
To the
good about
search
yourself?
herself as soon as she heard Lily and Jack were missing. She
Don't think
doesn't
yours coming
believe
out
the
of your
children
mouth.
are in the woods.
There's no reason for any child to wander deep into the woods. There's just not.
The brush is just too
Especially
thick.
when they're
Way too
supervised.
thick. Way too thick.
Tonight is about saying a prayer.
She attended.
Oh, right. Janie, were you at that vigil asking for a friend? Were you at the vigil for Jack and Lily, Janie? And just asking for a friend. I'm pretty sure that you weren't, Janie. I'm pretty sure you weren't. Was she there? Anyone know? Anyone that was at the vigil? Does anyone know if Janie was there putting down her boots? Kind of implies the kids are not with us. They're no longer alive. Ah. Ooh. I'll take a look at that in a second. Poor taste. It's disgusting taste, isn't it, Kim? It's disgusting. Justin? Because really, I mean, what do we know about Justin, really? We see him lazy back on a freaking trike mobile. But honestly, it's one of those things is that I personally don't really like to involve people that really, he hasn't said anything and stuff like that, right? There's three people. Well, I mean, in saying that, I mean, Daniel did say that Janie and Justin lived on the property. But I don't really like Justin. If there's anything to do with Justin whatsoever, I'm not going to sit here and target Justin, even though he might deserve to be targeted. But I'm not going to target Justin, to be honest with you. He doesn't go. We don't know for a fact, but it's not like he's coming to any chat rooms like Daniel Martell to go, I'm Daniel Martell. I'm you know what, I'm the stepfather of those missing children that's out risking my life and my limb. Those people, right? Janie, she's in there too. Hi, I'm Janie, Daniel Martell's mother. Why doesn't anyone listen to me? They don't know how to read. God, it sounds so pathetic. Two missing children. Right? Yeah, these two. And we hear nothing about Justin and Earl. You know what? Again, there's people that want to talk and people that don't talk. Janie's putting herself out in the woodwork there. Well, let me just add that back to stage. Let's just say I was. You're right, Charmaine. Charmaine, past tense. Let's just say I was Lily and Jack. Yeah, that's a good one, Janie. Oh, that's a nice one. That one's on point with some truth. That you were in their life. Now you're not, because I was. I didn't even see that for a second. I'm so sorry. I was actually. Well. Somebody said, look at both families. They were a match made in heaven. Two poor children that got in their way. Well, that's what it feels like. It does feel like Jack and Lily. It does feel like they were the target of not being loved and cared about, right? That's what it kind of feels like. And I think that we're seeing that exact thing happen here. Again, one person that has come up here and fought for the awareness. And yeah, don't get me wrong, there's other people. I know Chelsea Gray is always posting stuff. I know there's some Brookside of the family that's always posting stuff about Jack and Lily, guys. Right? I know. Push Critty out. I have to just You guys, give me a minute. Let me put Jack and Lily back up first. I gotta go look at Julie's school next. I gotta go take a boo at that for a second. 1 second. All right. Thank you guys for this channel for over 17,000 subs. Got 17,006. Thank you guys for caring so much. Appreciate that. Let me just take a look though. I just want to go take a look. I wouldn't put it past Julie to ride his butt up one side and down the next. He forgot about Jack and Lily. Clutch Them Pearls. He was streaming 56 minutes ago. Speaks Daniel's Discipline. Oh, wait. Oh, it's that one. No, 2 hours ago, Julie was doing. Let me just go take a boo here. Was she live? Malaya's family confront Daniel about drug use in the bathroom. Hold on. Deep dive. So that one was 4 days ago. Oh, more info. Was it today, you guys? No, but it was yesterday, wasn't it? It was yesterday. Well, let's take a look over Julie. It was yesterday, right? Don't do what? Oh, you don't want me to? Julie would make things up just to get views on there. Okay, well, you know what? Let's go over to something. Okay, if you guys want to go over watch Julie, yeah, okay. Let's not. Okay, let's not and say we did and we'll watch it later. You know, we can watch, we want to save a proper space here for Jack and Lily. So let me take you guys for a moment. Make sure nobody, and you guys remember, I am not the best emailer back. I've been trying to keep up mostly. Okay. Facebook messages, when I'm talking, I don't hear dings go off, right? Because I have them set not to ding because they're disruptive to me when I'm hearing ding, 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 dong, ding, dong. So if there's something really important, use those stop signs. But what I want to do here is I want to share this video of Plunder's. And Plunder's an awesome lady, you guys. You guys know that she gave us a lot of information and put a lot of the videos. They're a scanner call. So let's go over to this. Okay. Now, we'll make it bigger. Janie, do you want to come watch, Janie? You want to come sit beside me? Come on, Janie. You tell it like. Well, like I said, I am a truthologist for sure. But when things really start to eat at me because of lies and stuff like that, then it just becomes cut the shit. Okay, we're tired of the shit, right? How high can they keep stacking the shit? Well, apparently Daniel, you took a big dump because your shit stacks pretty high. Janie, we're not quite sure about you, but I bet you any money that your shit could fit in that pothole that you dug up. That one. But anyways, I gotta look at my pictures to look at what time I want to show. Okay. So this one's at 3:24, I think. Let's do that. But no, thank you guys, right? We're gonna fight for Jack and Lily. Janie, she's just gonna be like, my life. You guys don't know what I lost. No. We don't care exactly anymore. We just don't care. Okay, you had your chances. You both had your chances. You've lost your chances with me. Just trying to make friends with you, Janie. Anyways, yeah. Who is Julie? Julie is Julie Spoltnick or something like that. She's a creator. She covers Sebastian Rogers and different ones. You guys, I no offense, Julie, but you guys know the lady if you see her and she's here. I'll give you an example. Tell me, Sorry, Julie, but you do this all the time, and it drives me crazy. But you know what? That's fine. You know that one? That one? Okay. That's Julie. Yeah, she's crazy, but you know what? I do see behind her craziness, she does have a big heart. Yeah. Okay. But she's the one that always is like, here's boom. Anyways, I think that beyond some craziness there, that is a big heart out there, right? She's a truthologist, and she might do it in a way that's more on the wackadoodle side and stuff like that. Put your cell phone up to the screen. My cell phone. Where's my cell phone? It's right over here. You guys just gonna see my mess behind me. Okay. 1 second. Okay. Mm, 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 mm. Sorry, Jolie. It's like Jamie and Julie. Let's see. Huh? Can you guys see that? You guys see that? Right there. See that? That's what Charmaine said. That's what Charmaine said. Sorry, Julie. Just making fun of you. My bad. You can make fun of me on your live. Just saying. But you guys seen that, right? Right? You guys all seen that? You guys seen that? Make sure you guys get that. Just making sure. Okay, let's get. Okay, time to cut the shit and get serious. All right. Let's go to Plunder. Love Plunder. Plunder's a great lady. Her name is Paula. I'm so sorry, Paula, that you have my older sister, Satan's name, Paula, as well. I'm sure that you're a wonderful person. Not my sister, though. Okay, so I want to go to the time of, let's go to 3:24. Let's see. Pretty sure I got the right video up here. Okay, why do I have this video here? Closing that off. Why do I have this here? I don't need you anymore. I don't need you anymore either. I'm trying to limit my... Okay, so let's go to 3:24. Okay, right here. Oh, we'll play it from 3:09. We'll play it.
At 8:00 a.m. that morning, I've heard that reported twice throughout this dispatch, Friday, May 2nd, but then trying to piece together other reports claim the children were last seen at 10 a.m. I don't know where the confusion is coming in, but this happened at the home of these two people you're about to meet. You're going to see their interviews, the mom and the stepdad, who really isn't a stepdad. The mom calls him her partner.
I'm just staying as hopeful as possible. I want them home. I want to hold them. And I want them home. As possible. I want them home.
Yeah.
Keep that in mind.
Sergeant Young, for your awareness, their media release has been put out and a non-intrusive alert has been sent out to Pictou County.
Perfect, thank you.
At 8:00 a.m. that morning, I've heard that reported twice throughout this dispatch, Friday, May 2nd, but then trying to piece together other reports claim the children were last seen at 10 a.m. I don't know where the confusion is coming in, but this happened at the home of these two people you're about to meet. You're going to see their interviews, the mom and the stepdad, who really isn't a stepdad. The mom calls him her partner.
Just staying as hopeful as possible. I want...
Just staying as hopeful as possible. Thank you, that brown-eyed Virgo. Okay, so that was on the CBC News channel. Okay, hold on. That was on the hold on. I gotta get my Plunder shots. Where's Plunder? Okay, it says Plunder. Okay. Okay, let's go to Let's just go to 19. I'm just going to skip around. I'm just clicking on my shots here. Okay. Bye-bye, Malaya. All right. Hey, Malaya. Go look for your children. Actually, just tell us where they are. 1958. So we'll start from here.
Daniel spoke of, the pull-up would have been full the first day, so I can't see them running around there. And then Jack all of a sudden may have been wearing brown pants too.
She was also carrying a white backpack with strawberries on it. Martell says although he didn't see Jack that morning, he is believed to be wearing a brown shirt, brown pants with a pull-up diaper on underneath, and blue rain boots with dinosaurs on them. He also refuted the claim that the two children are nonverbal, saying while they are on the autism spectrum, they are quite trusting and say hi to everyone. According to Martell, his side of the family are currently the only ones at ground zero after Lily and Jack's mother left the county Saturday. But still, he remains, begging anyone with answers to come forward and bring his children home safe.
So I understand initially where you might not remember what your children could be wearing. But then if you look around and you see things are missing, you're like, okay, perhaps they had that on. But I don't see how a person could be so sure. Lily's carrying her backpack. You know, she had her backpack with her if no one saw her. Because according to Malaya, she was in and out of sleep, you know, and then she woke up and she's like, wait, I don't hear the kids. And she asked Daniel, like, do you hear them? People are picking up on so many red flags. There's a YouTuber, I think it's titled No Truer Words, doing an analysis of these parents. It was very good. Their statements, really good. Daniel, one time he slipped into the past tense, I heard, about Lily loved playing with her brother like they were best friends and all that. I heard him slip into the past tense once.
Kind of like Janie. Janie. Let's just say I was Jack and Lily's step-grandmother. Yeah, first of all, you're not their step-grandmother. Let's get that straight. Just like Daniel's not the stepfather. Okay, that's a loose term right there. And we've only been saying it because it's easier than saying, you know, that partner. Anyways, I was, right? Thank you for subscribing. Who's messaging me? Oh, Charmaine sent me another photo. What kind of photo is it, Charmaine? Hold on. Yeah, take her loud mouth and full of it. Oh, that's what I think of her. Janie. Janie, are you going to speak your will of me now? Make yourself look dumber than you already are. Go ahead, Janie. Janie, are you listening to me right now? Do you want to tell some truth bombs, Janie? Do you? All right. Let's see what Janie's saying about Sunny. You know, that evil, wretched witch on It's a Crime and Shame named Sunny? Let's see what Janie says about Sunny. Oh, I'm good English. Oh, I'm opinion. You can tell Sunny on It's a Crime and Shame that she can take her loud mouth and full of shit. That's what I think of her. Show my opinion. I just did, Janie. Janie, do you need a hug? Did someone piss in your cornflakes today? Who pissed you off? Why are you so negative? I don't see any positivity in that message about me, nor about Belinda, nor about anybody. I have no problem showing your message and how stupid you look. I have no problem showing that. Dang. Do you guys think? I feel like that hit me right here on my heart. And you guys think I need therapy after that one. That was hard. That was hard to take in, guys. Imagine that. Imagine the preacher over there of lies. All that wretched. Does anyone know if he still is having visits with the other kids? We don't know that. I mean, I don't know that, to be honest, Nova Scotia lifer, to be honest with you. Yeah. Now she's just coming off like looking like Looney Tune, right? But this is the true colors coming out, you know? That's it, Janie. Reverse psychology. Feed into my hands. Feed it. Them fighting words, Sonny. Yeah. What are you going to do? Dig a hole for me, Janie? If I come over there, would you dig a hole for me? Would you? Now I want to go into song with Bruno Mars. That you would die for me? Would you? Would you put your life on the line for me? On there? Yeah. Because you were Lily and Jack's step-grandmother. Wretched soul. Isn't it so funny, though, when you watch people's true colors truly come out? It's like, poke a bear. And then they're idiots, and then they just literally fall for it. Like, you could tell that, Sonny. You wretched Sonny, you from It's a Crime and Shame. You wretched Sonny, because you're trying to, bring awareness to Jack and Lily. Why don't you focus on the truth in that chat, Janie? Instead of looking like an absolute complete idiot. But it's okay, Janie. It's okay. What else you got to say? I'm not sharing anymore because I'll have you say something and I ain't stopping, or I ain't stooping. Stopping or stooping? But this is almost fun, to be honest. But it has taken away the focus of, I don't know, Lily and Jack. So, Janie, that's enough of me posting any of your stupid messages. Again, you should be focusing on, those children that were your children or your stepchildren. I don't know. Call them Lily and Jack. I don't know. Let's get back to business. Well, let's put up, there we go. Isn't that better to look at? I love nachos too. Again, right? Because we're going to look stupid once the truth comes out. I'm pretty sure we're all going to be standing in line at 1407 Gairloch Road, sitting there going, will you take my forgiveness, Janie? But Janie, you lost him on everything. It's BS. I'm angry now. It's a joke. It's a joke. Okay. But you know what? But I want to make sure that people see that, because honestly, we're talking about 2 missing children. And that is the focus, is to attack Belinda with words, and try to attack me with words. Come on. You got to wake up early in the morning, like 6:10 for that, Janie. Why don't you wake up? You need to wake up at 6:10. Tell all your lies. Yeah, Janie is on my shit list. Well, she was never on my good list, I'll tell you that much. It doesn't, yeah, that's a good word. That's right out of the UK right there, on there. But anyways, let's go back to plunder. I had plunder. I got to get rid of some of this stuff. Hold on. But again, thank you guys for bringing the awareness to Jack and Lily's case. Again, we will be Jack and Lily's army. And you know what? Sometimes, we go down the straight and narrow about this case, and other days like today, well, you just have to have fun with it a little bit. Hey, Janie. Why won't you be my friend, Janie? I'll help you dig potholes, Janie. I'll even clean out your camper for you. If I can look in your cupboard. Old Mother Hubbard looked in their cupboard. Couldn't find a bone, found a stash. Oh my God. Sonny, be good. Grow up, Sonny. Stop it. All right. Focus. Focus. Okay. What are we watching right now? Oh yeah, we're watching Plunder. Do you have a baby avatar? French fries, comfort food. Oh, which reminds me, I have my best is French. My comfort food. You guys can say yours. Mine is French onion dip, and of course ripple chips or plain chips. Yeah. Fuck this all a mess. Oh, you make me have 17 mess. Fuck this all a mess. That's absolutely a mess. It's a joke. It's a joke watching this go on, isn't it? It's literally a joke. Diamond. I would never say something like that. At least not today. Maybe tomorrow. Yeah. I heard Sellerton Police, RCMP office, but I was just wondering if at the end of the driveway at their home, but may be taped off for crime scene, Daniel. Yes, I heard this by the assessment office. I was just wondering. Asking for a friend. Charmaine, talk to me like, I love it when you talk to me like that. It just promotes me to talk like that more, to be honest. You know how that turns me on. Stop it, Charmaine. You're just enticing me now. That's exactly what I feel like that's going on. Yeah. Stop being a bully, Charmaine. Stop forcing me to show posts. It's not good. Okay? It brings a lot of drama. For entertainment purposes only. Okay. Going back to plunder. Let's go. Okay. Wow. You know what? Yeah. I'm still here. Yeah. Yep. Jack and Lily. Poor Belinda too, by the way. How's Belinda doing over there? Is she okay? I'll message her later. No, she hasn't said anything. We're good. Yeah. All right. Okay. Well, okay. Sorry. Wait. I want to show you certain parts of Plunder's time log here. Okay. But the other one. Hold on. Wait. No, I got to go back to that one. Okay. Well, come on, Plunder. Plunder wants to take us to 1736. 1736. Plunder says 1709. Good enough. Okay, guys?
The authorities sound a little frustrated somewhere in this dispatch because one man says, look, they were last seen in their bedroom, last seen at this residence, the residence of Malaya and Daniel. 8 o'clock this morning, they haven't been seen since. And he's like, I need to, and the audio breaks up so bad. I mean, some of it is horrible, but he's saying, I need to get a good statement and figure this out.
In the bedroom, 8 o'clock this morning, and they haven't been seen since then. I need to get a good statement and figure stuff out.
And a woman on there says, just so everyone's aware, based on the profile, the children could have traveled at least 6 kilometers. I'm like, whoa, that's quite a long way. Perhaps they could have in that terrain. Maybe the children are used to wandering those woods with their little boots on. But I'm thinking, oh my goodness, a 5K like I used to run is 3.2 miles, a 6K, even longer than that. That sounds like a lot. But today, unfortunately, they are scaling back the search. And if you kind of read between the lines, they're still working the case. Of course, they're still looking for Jack and Lily. They're not going to give up looking for them. But it's sad. The police literally said today, Wednesday, the likelihood that they're alive is very low. It's been 6 days since these young children went missing. At first, it was believed that the children were wandering into the woods.
Hold on. Let's go back to Janie again. Janie. It's very unlikely that the children are alive if they're out in the woods at this point. I'm just asking for a friend, Janie, since you obviously don't want to be mine. But I'm just asking if when you said that you was Lily and Jack's step-grandmother, can you just expand on the word was? How would you define was? Would you find that as past tense or present tense? Just tell us exactly where was Jack and Lily that morning. Exactly, right? Or remember you heard them. Right? 3 different versions of that. We can't even get a timeline. Bottom line is, guys, okay, 8 o'clock. Malaya texts Belinda and says 8 to 8:30. Okay? Right? 8 to 8:30. So regardless, they say 8 o'clock. Why? Because obviously they're going to take the 8 o'clock time versus the 8:30 because 8 to 8:30 was said. Now they're going to take that time, and in the time that they arrived, how far could these children, 6 and 4-year-old, go? Now, granted, you're going to kind of probably think this much, but you're going to go this much because you just want to be sure as you're searching culverts and dirt roads. No pink blanket in the tree, Daniel. Oh my goodness. Hold on a second. Throw a tree. Okay. No pink blanket. Oh. If anybody finds it, they're going to plant that against me. right? I better tell about the sweaters to the RCMP so that they know. Oh, wait, t-shirts. You know, I'm sorry, Jamie. Am I hurting your feelings right now? I just want to know. Asking for a friend, right? Jeannie, I want to make sure I'm very clear on this. You're like a little fish, a little tadpole in a pond of piranhas, okay? So you just keep opening your mouth at the seams, and when the wrath of the internet comes at you for all those things that you said, and then they sit there and say nasty things to you, when you want to feel the wrath of the internet because of your actions, and then you want to, I lost everything. No one's going to care, Jenny. No one cares anyway, actually. Maybe Daniel, maybe Justin, perhaps Earl, maybe Darren a little bit. But other than that, Janie, nobody cares. Because you know what people care about, Janie? Is where's Jack and Lily. That's what people care about. That's what people care about. Jack and Lily. They don't care about you. They don't care about any sort of struggles that you're going through because two innocent children, I don't know, 2 months and whatever days later, right? I'm gonna, it's gonna be my little voice. I'm gonna put my avatar on. Janie, I'm gonna put your picture in my avatar. I'm gonna talk like you. Wanna be my friend. Wanna be my friend. Come on, Janie. Anyway, but no. It's so ridiculous. It's honestly ridiculous. I'm just having fun right now at her expense. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Daniel. Mom, does this look realistic if I try it this, Mom? Let me just stand in front of the mirror. Look real? Does this look like I'm crying, Mom? Mommy dearest. Tell us where those kids were. Yeah, whatever. Okay. So in that one right there, guys, that was about 8 o'clock. Okay, so they're saying about 8 o'clock. It's actually said twice. There's one where it's actually very clear. Which one's that one? I was taking too many. So what happened was this. Okay, because I care about Jack and Lily, so hence my God that I spent about 5 hours from like 11 o'clock at night till 5 o'clock virtually in the morning, looking at a whole bunch of different stuff to do with, I don't know, lies from your son, Janie. I know you don't want to believe it's true, but it's true. I think you need to come out of delusion, Janie. Your son's a liar, and I'm sure that you're lying for him. Let's see here. Oh, let's listen to this part right here. Okay, I don't know how many people caught this part here. Makes me wonder about this person's name. So 5522. It just dawned on me. Wait till you guys hear the name. And then wait till you hear the last name. Let's see. 5522. 5522. Wow, we'll go 5510. We'll do it from the. Oh no, we gotta watch this part. Who the heck are we to miss that part? You guys ready? You guys pull out your tissues. Pull out your tissues now. Okay? Closed captioning is off. But do you need closed captioning on? Yeah. Daniel, come out to play. Okay, so ready? Get your tissues. Because it's about Daniel. All right. Okay, Daniel. All right. Here we go.
Or did you go down to the bottom of that long walkway with the marked signage on it, the reflection poles? Did you go down that long driveway that's gated off and has all the reflective post signs marked on the trees going down?
Broke down on the other side, down to the Lorda campground. You can come up through the other side that's gated.
Hey, copy that, Joe. I'm going down there from the gated off side.
5522 is what
Hey,
I'm
Joe, can you swing back to the house?
Should I drop off the hat first, or you got something?
Yeah, drop them off first. Let's come back. Danny just wants to chat with you.
Well, you just got a call from a Justin Smith who lives close by to where you guys are now. He said he can talk to members about any vehicles that passed Highway 289. If you guys need to get a hold of him, I can always send his number down to you guys if needed.
Yeah, Kilo 6 here.
Well, you just got a call from a Justin Smith who lives close by to where you guys are now. He said he can talk to members about any vehicles that passed Highway 289. If you guys need to get a hold of him, I can always send his number down to you guys if needed.
Yeah, Kilo 6 here. 2 missing children. One wearing pink. Not sure what the other one was wearing.
No. You guys were all being misled here because those were not the clothes, according to Daniel in chat. Those were not the clothes, and we're not allowed to tell what clothes Lily and Jack were wearing. But just know that I'm saying way too much, right? I'm saying way too much. Now, Justin, asking for a friend on this one. Justin, are you going by the name Smith when it's really Martell? Are you trying to deceive us and put a little spin twist on it? You got some cameras, somebody else. Just asking. Just want to clarify. That's all I'm doing. Okay? You guys don't remember hearing that, I bet you, most of you in there. Why do all these people have to? Well, that's what happens, right? You got the Martell, Mackenzie's, and, well, mind you, really, I mean, that's really a lot of it, to be honest with you. Or, you know, on Malaya's side, you got the, you know, sister, half-sister. Yeah. You want me to play that again? Okay, I will. Right here.
From a Justin Smith who lives close by to where you guys are now. He said he can talk to members about any vehicles that passed Highway 289. If you guys need to get a hold of him, I can always send his number down to you guys if needed.
Yeah, Kilo 6 here. 2 missing children. One wearing pink. Not sure what the other one was wearing. Possibly a backpack with them. 4 years old and 8 years old.
You guys don't bother to listen to that part because obviously we've been deceived. Sorry for being so facetious. How good. You know what? Sometimes you just have to let loose a little bit. Sometimes you just get really tired of listening to lies. Sometimes you get really tired that some step-grandmother claiming to be a step-grandmother of these beautiful 2 children that are missing and has the absolute nerve to put down Belinda. 2 times now. 2 times. But you know what? Belinda knows the truth. Janie, why are you telling lies? You act like you were the best grandmother ever when those kids were alive. Because you were Jack and Lily's stepmother. Sorry, you lost any respect that you ever didn't have, actually, to be honest with you. From the moment that you wouldn't let them come into your camper to search when 2 missing children. Okay, let's talk about a polygraph test that Darren said that you never took. I mean, that's just speculation, but guess what, Janie? Shocker? Absolutely not. So let's just put that into perspective on this, you great step-grandmother that you are. So you don't let them come into your trailer, but you're bawling like a bitch, right? You know, they're there, Mom. You know, we're just trying to see, you know, what's in the trailer, make sure the kids aren't there. Nope. Sorry. My dog. Janie. But anyways, right? So let's just really take a look at this, Janie. God, you know, the more you even speak it and say it, the more you just look like a bloomin' idiot, to be honest with you. You want to come clear it up? If you have any sort of gumption and you have anything, Janie, I'll let you speak. I'll shut up and let you talk. Come on. Get your priceless ass up here. Let's go. Come on, Janie. Let's go. Come on. Get up on that horse. You can do it. Come on, Janie. Blah, 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 blah. Who has the loud mouth, Janie? You're the one beaking off in Facebook groups, Janie. Nobody's listening to you, Janie. Come on, Janie. Come on, let's go. Giddy up. Get on up on that horse. Oh, guess what? Janie's not going to do it. You know what? I hope I pissed Janie off enough that she literally goes on another YouTube channel, and then starts beaking off on that one on there, to be honest with you. Janie, wait. Hold on. Janie, 9:30 to 10:30, 10:30 to 11:30, 11:30 to 12:30, 12:30 to 1:36. Janie, you have an interview to do tomorrow. What the heck are you doing up chatting in Facebook groups? It's late. You need your ugly sleep. Let's go. Come on now. Come on, Janie. You need to get your butt to sleep for that interview with CBC that you're going to do. Because once you do it and once you speak your truth, we're all going to look like shit. And we're all going to be feeling bad. Absolutely, Janie. You got that right. We're going to be feeling so bad. We're going to be thinking about you all day tomorrow, wondering if Janie does that interview. Let's see. All right. I'm sorry. That was a bad on my... I didn't mean to say that. I meant to say you want to go get your beauty sleep. That's what I meant to say. That was a typo. Clearly a wrong message. I didn't want to put that out there. Just didn't want to put that. So sorry. All right. Janie is being... Yeah, just... You know what, Janie? Come on. You're tired. You're cranky. You're obviously miserable, right? It's a crime and shame channel. Oh, my God. That's Sunny. She just does not shut up. Absolutely not. Lily, Jack, and Belinda. Yeah. No.
Super chat. $1.99 sincere awesome. Thank you. Heart emoji. Heart emoji. Praying gesture emoji.
Lily Jack. I feel like I'm listening to echo. Thank you, Diamond. Yeah. But I really I honestly, from the bottom of my heart, Janie, I do want to say that I really think that you should go to bed and get ready for that interview tomorrow, because I know that, you want to be up to par when you're getting asked questions, right? I'm sure that Darren has been training you on how to answer questions, because he did one for CBC. So he knows how it went. So he can give you those tips and tricks, right, on how to bullshit us, and how, actually, you probably got those from Daniel, right? How to use the news to your advantage. But I just honestly, Janie, I just want to take a moment to thank you ahead of time for doing this interview tomorrow. Now, we don't know when it's going to air, Janie, but, it's the first step of bringing awareness to Jack and Lily. And we're all for that. And we're all for that. Right, Becca? Come on now. We want Janie to go have that interview, right? We're all for, she hasn't been bringing awareness to Jack and Lily's case, but let's, what? This is a first step. 2 months and 7 days later, right? This is a first step. His source is Janie. That's who his source was Janie. Mm-hmm. Want people to stay focused. I'm not going to show any more stuff today. When I do make the video, I'm going to put all those lies in order for you guys. Everything. I'm just going to put it all in nice chronological order for you guys, right? Between Malaya, between Daniel, of what they've said. Now, Malaya, obviously, right? I mean, she can't. I mean, she's not talking. But Daniel and Jack, good night. Good show tonight. See you tomorrow. Diamonds, thank you so much. I'll see you tomorrow as well. My husband made me some mashed potatoes. He made me some banger of mashed potatoes. If you're from England, you'll know what that is. Anyways, sausages, onion, and gravy mashed potato. Okay? So he made me that, and guess what? He brought me this mound as if I was like freaking a horse that I could eat all this. And I'm just like the plate that he brought before me, you guys. I like, it was almost like I would have to go into a trough to eat all that. But anyway, so I got half of that left. I love mashed potatoes. Who doesn't? Who doesn't love mashed potatoes? I'm going to boot your butts out of here if you don't. Chicken. I wonder what the chickens had to say that day. To be honest with you, to be fair. Bangers and mash. Yummy. Exactly. I wonder what the chickens had to say. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I think the chickens had a lot to say, to be honest. I feel like they did. Anyways, you guys. Men dish out man's... Right? I'm not kidding. My husband does this to me all the time. I'm like, even when he orders like Indian food, like the amount of rice and chicken tikka, chicken curry, whatever the stuff, in in his whatever, huge, like huge proportions. What do we got here? I'm just gonna do a couple more things here, guys. We're gonna put Jack and Lily. 1 second. Where'd you go? Hold on. Let's just give this one more priceless piece of look. If you didn't hear it from the horse's mouth, stop listening to the ass who told you. Was that Daniel or Darren that you told? Isn't that just the most funniest actually post that she literally had the nerve to make fun of herself? I commend you. Thank you. That literally didn't come out of the horse's mouth, Janie. You must be a big damn horse. Horse is a horse, of course, of course. Everyone knows that a horse is a horse. Okay, wait 1 second. What am I humming? Oh, yeah, let me just show you these again. Okay, those are the keychains. I got one of each. I got one of each. I think they were, I think keychains were they $7 or $8 each for the keychain. And I think it was $7 for the decal. I know for those three things, it was like $23 on there. So 8 and 8 is 15. So yeah. Okay. But that's for Jack and Lily, you guys. Was I going to do something? I think I was going to do something. That's the website for the fundraiser, guys, for Jack and Lily. They are all guilty, laughing on the backs of their babies. Is that like, like I said, that's what kind of circus this has turned into, right? That's what kind of circus this has turned into. Is exactly that. Is that what it is, Vanessa? The statement alone makes my impression of Janie perfectly. Absolutely. I just don't understand that just being serious now. I honestly don't understand what is propelling her to literally make her like a target for her own self, to say something about Belinda. I mean, I'm rubber, you're glue. What bounces off me sticks to you, Janie, okay? Ouch. Come hit me with that shovel. Fill a pothole over me. Go ahead, Janie. Right. To sit there and speak like that of Belinda is so utterly disgusting. And I know Belinda doesn't want us to focus on that because she knows the truth, but that just shows you right there that the focus is not on Jack and Lily. It's about them wanting to tell their bullshit and their lies. That's all it's about now, right? And it's, I feel like it's like watching like a dumb criminal documentary, like the dumbest people in the world. And if they planted that stuff. I had to tell the RCMP, but it's okay, whatever. Well, you know what, Jeannie? I mean, honestly, Jeannie, we're laughing at you now. will probably laugh at you after this interview that you're going to do because you're going to go to bed. And then we'll probably keep laughing at you for the joke of a person you are. Because even if you literally are telling the truth, you've made yourself look like a spectacle. Actually, like just a huge pile of crap, to be honest with you. This is about Jack and Lily. And you're playing these stupid games. You know, oh, what a wicked game we play. Right? Right, Janie? Oh, what a wicked game we play. You know, the thing is, Janie, again, you're just a little tadpole in a bunch of piranhas. True crime would eat you alive that way when it comes to people not even acting like they care about Jack and Lily, but our family members and stuff. So you will get swallowed up by true crime. That's just the way it is. You know, when people don't tell the truth, they feel the wrath of the true crime community. Because why? Because we're talking about 2 children that are missing. And you're making it seem like it's a joke. When you're the joke. The joke's on you. You're the joke. Yeah? But anyways, that being said, a guilty person is paranoid. You know? So, you know, that's, I mean, like all I do is just try and keep bringing awareness, talking about it, you know, whatever projection that the family members, like, well, when I speak of family members, talking about like Daniel and his mom at this point, you know, it's just, again, you know, keep making yourselves look like fools, keep embarrassing yourself, because you're really showing your true colors in Jack and Lily's case. And you guys never deserve to be in their life. These people, Jack and Lily, never deserve to be in your lives at all, including Malaya's, right? They didn't. They deserve so much more. They deserve so much more. I'm just gonna bring this back to stage. Oh, Mo. I'm just gonna bring back this to stage for a sec. You know, every day for two months and 7 days, every day, we look at these beautiful kids' faces. And then Jamie and that want to sit there and play games, and Daniel, and lie, and play games in Facebook groups. I didn't want you to be my friend. You guys aren't reading what I'm saying. Great. You want comfort? Yeah, that's it. Let me just go to a Facebook group for my comfort. Or how about you get off your ass, Janie, right? Because the kids are missing, right? Go find them. Did Janie go to the vigil? Did Janie go to the vigil? Come on, Janie. Did you go to the vigil? Just asking for a friend. Anyways, you guys, it's been a wonderful night with you guys. Thank you guys for getting this channel over 17,000 subscribers. I appreciate it so much. Thank you to everyone that had done a donation today. Anon did $10. Shannon, thank you so much. $20. Sunny, did you see the pictures Donna shared? Oh, right. I didn't share those. I'm going to have to look at that, okay? See what she was going on about. I seen the picture. So I see that. Chris, thank you for becoming a member. Helen, thank you for gifting a membership to somebody. Annette Confetti, thank you for gifting a membership to somebody. Charmaine, that's just a troll that likes to come in the channel. Not exactly sure who that brunette is. Oh, wait. That's my Charlie to my angel. I think that's what Charmaine was there. And then, let's see. I can be Kent. Kent can be Charlie. Kent can be Charlie. But we need one more. And Darlene Brownlee, I'm clicking on it. Thank you so much for a $10 super sticker. Mark, thank you so much for gifting somebody a membership today. And then Diamond, thank you so much for the $1.99 Lily, Jack, and Belinda super chat. We're not going to forget what this is about, you guys. And so again, I say this before I leave. Thank you for being Jack and Lily's army. If it wasn't for you caring people who obviously care more than some people, right, Jenny? But anyways, if it wasn't for us and the attention that we can do and help bring into cases, you know, And again, Janie and Daniel, everyone just wants answers for what happened to Lily and Jack. The truth will come out, whether you think that you're sitting high on your high horse, you know, and that you're a do-gooder of the world and doing your best to support Jack and Lily. You know, it's a criming shame, to be honest. It's a crying shame, and it's a criming shame to watch people have to lie or to sit there and have to belittle others in order to get their way. You know, when it comes to family, Belinda's the only true person that's been looking for Jack and Lily. But I don't want to take away from, there's some Brooks and there's like Chelsea and that are constantly putting things out there, you know, and of course, always the Facebook groups and stuff. Do your guys' part, whatever it takes to find answers for Jack and Lily, you know, go ahead. Janie wants to sit there and bullshit you in there. Go ahead. Let her keep bullshitting. Don't give her any sympathy, though. She doesn't deserve sympathy. You know who deserves sympathy is Jack and Lily. They deserve sympathy on there. So anyways, yeah. Oh, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Like, I don't know if Dolly messaged back or not. Let me just check my email. I got bills in my regular account. Let me go see what It's a Crime and Shame is. Just gonna check quickly before I head off. Dolly, I don't see an email, Dolly. Dolly, if Dolly goes live tonight, you tell him to answer his darn email. I want to do a live tomorrow. If not, bye. Anyways, you guys, love you guys. Thank you so much for supporting Jack and Lily. You guys have a wonderful night. And I'm just going to play Jack and Lily's tribute on the way out. We'll do that. Okay, guys? Bless. You guys stay blessed. Thank you so much. I do got to find the video, however. Video file. Good night. Good night, everybody. Good night, John Boy. Good night, Mary Ellen. Come home, Jack and Lily. Good night, guys. Sonny from It's a Crime and Shame. And someone had sent me this beautiful song called Come Home, Jack and Lily. And I wanted to do Belinda, and I wanted to do Alana King, and all you guys out there. This beautiful little video to attach to it. Thank you so much for the person who wrote the poem. Thank you for fighting for Jack and Lily's army. Please hit the like and the share. Thank you so much.
In the quiet dawn of a May morning, two little hearts went out to play. Lily's laughter, Jack's small footsteps vanished with the breaking day. Come home, Jack and Lily, we're praying for your steer. The woods are deep and silent, but our love will draw you near. Through forest paths and endless trees, searchers called your names aloud. Hope flickered in the morning breeze as prayers rose up to the clouds. Come home, Jack and Lily, we're praying for your steer. The woods are deep and silent, but our love will draw you near. The to county. Stars shine with gentle grace. The community holds a vigil, longing for your embrace. Come home, Jack and Lily. We're praying for yes, dear. The woods are deep as silence, but our love will draw you